Good evening, guys, and welcome to another Saturday evening live stream. And I'm gonna mute that one, skip that. Hey, CR, good to see you, brother. And two in the house. Awesome. It's always good to see you, CR. And guys, when you join the stream, please put a comment so I know who you guys are. Coming to you from Pattaya, Thailand. Okay, Bob, good to know. It's good to see you, brother. How are you doing, Bob? I hope you had a great week. My week has been pretty busy.
Good place to die on. I'm gonna post God.
Hey, Cookie Bomb. Good to see you. How are you doing? Alicia, Alicia, good to see you again. How are you doing, guys? I hope you had a great week. Mine has, as I said, been pretty busy at work. A lot of things to do. But it's a weekend, Saturday evening, and now we enjoy the stream, guys. And I also pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat if any one of you are up for it. Just click the link and join me up here. I would be better if I was in the tropics. Okay. Yeah, I know, Bob, you want some heat. You prefer the heat and the warmer climates. Oh, hey, Peaceful Desk. Good to see you, my friend. How are you doing? I hope everything is okay with you. Yeah, I know, Bob. Yeah, I know you do. Anyway, it's good to see you guys. And today's topic is crimes in SHTF and defense. Well, we get into that in a minute or two. Hey, Deorse. Good to see you, brother. Let's see here. That's good to hear, Des. I'm doing pretty good. I'm tired. It has been a pretty exhausting week. A lot of things to do at work. Hey, Bob. Good to see you, brother.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Yeah.
Later I will tell you about my extra, the emergency room. I just got home scary. Psycho was there. Thankfully, he was locked in a room with cops. We can talk about situational awareness in that setting.
Ooh.
Well, that is basically... Yeah, you need to consider too, especially when the crime rates increases from 40% up to 400%, you definitely need situational awareness.
Yeah, well...
Or otherwise, you are really screwed.
How's the crime rates in Sweden now? you and I discussed this before, that you sent me some links, and it looks like they're going to send the army in to look into the gun crimes.
Yeah, the gang violence.
Mm-hmm.
That sucks, really. I believe 2 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, a 16-year-old guy were caught by the cops, and he got convicted for murder.
Lovely, lovely.
3 murders.
Oh, just a fine specimen. God. Yeah, that's the thing. I wanted to bring up a point to anyone watching, that, when SHTF happens, when the disaster, when
Hey,
you know what,
Tammy.
we're in it right now. We're in it right now. Even you guys in Europe, when it will happen. Well, look around you right now. There's murderers and gangs of drug dealers and human traffickers. Terrible, terrible. But yeah, when it happens, well, dude, you're in it.
Yeah, exactly. 150 kilometers south of me. It takes 2 hours to drive down there. It's a nice city, but the problem is there is a lot of shootings there too, which sucks. So, and it's a lot of explosions in the Stockholm area and Gothenburg and Malmö and things.
Really?
Hand grenades, bombs, innocent people get in the crossfires. So that will spread like wildfire sooner or later.
It does.
And I don't think the army or anything can do anything about it, actually.
It takes the population cooperation with the authorities is what it takes to get a stranglehold on it. That's what it takes.
Yeah.
We've been living that.
Brother.
We've been living that situation here in my area for many years. Well, you Americans are paranoid. Yeah. For good reason. For good reason we are.
Hey, folks, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yep.
Yeah, I think what Bob said just now, you bang on there, is the fact that we're in SHTF now. It's it's all around us, and this last 4 or 5 years, especially in Europe, it's just ballooned out of proportion, and everyone you speak to just says the same.
I spoke with a fellow overseas 2 years ago. He was from Oslo, Norway, and he expat to the Philippines. And what was one of the reasons why he left was because they were going to have to move the national capital to a new place because of from the Islam coming in and killing and violence. It was out of control. So he left. So it's everywhere now. And I feel, I hope I don't hurt anybody's feelings, but what if the North Korean paratroopers come down and the Chinese invade the coast or what? You're delusional. That's not how it happens. It happens from within. We're already at a situation in the New World and Old Europe to where you've got to keep your guard up at all times.
The best way for a foreign country to take over another country is to create disturbances like sabotage, and so they make it look like that it comes look like an accident, but in reality it's a sabotage, and then it's escalate to be more. So technically they don't need to put
Yeah.
in
No.
a full army for that.
Yep. Erode from within.
Correct. Look how
I mean,
how
it
Rome.
wouldn't be so bad. You know, these people come in and if they left their troubles on the doorstep, fine. But they don't.
Yeah.
They bring all their troubles here.
Yeah.
And once
I
they're
agree.
in, you know, we don't know who they are, and they're just a fifth column waiting to spring up. A good major example, real key example here is the Scottish First Minister, who's like Scotland's version of the Prime Minister, and all his relatives from Gaza.
Yep.
And you know they're having problems up there with that. And you know, where does his allegiances lie? Leave the trouble on the doorstep.
Yeah.
Hey, Deorse, good to see you, brother.
Hey, Steve.
Hey,
I'll be right back, fellas. I gotta take some medicine so I don't pee my pants. You know.
Yeah, I know. That would be a disaster.
hang on. I'm getting an echo here.
You sound a bit muffled.
Yeah. Let's see. KS World of Fun and Slime Making. Okay. Welcome. Good to- Oh, now I remember.
Okay, hopefully I cut the echo out there.
Yeah, you're right.
But anyway, no matter what the situation here, I think it's the rate has gone up. The gang violence has gone up.
Yeah.
1.6. 1.6. That's a lot.
You know, I was going to say, I haven't been on in a while, but I was going to say, talk to somebody else about your guys' problem over there in Sweden. And, you know, he did make a pretty good connection about, you know, about what's going on. So the war over there in Ukraine is affecting a lot more than just Ukraine. So
Yeah,
one of the things,
it does.
one of the things, like, everybody keeps saying, "Oh, we got to support Ukraine. We got to support Ukraine." It's like, look, I mean, on one hand, yeah, a nation shouldn't be victimized by another nation. But
Okay,
at the
Alicia,
same time,
good to know.
but at the same time, they're not innocent in all this. They're a very corrupt nation. Like, there's a lot more going on other than our politicians, American politicians, laundering money out there. So, like, one of the things that's been going on is, like, a lot of the small arms, firearms, and a lot of, like, shoulder fired rockets. There've been people selling that crap out of the backs of their cars over there in Ukraine. That's why you guys are getting an influx of weapons over there in Sweden. A lot of illegal gun crimes, like illegal firearms and grenades, are being smuggled across the border from Ukraine into your guys' country. I mean, shoot, I just found out, a while back, the Mexican cartels just crossed the border from here. They ended up getting a whole bunch of the shoulder-fired rockets. Where do you think they got them from? They got them from Ukraine. They got smuggled in from Ukraine. So, like, a lot of the weapons, the money that the United States are sending over to Ukraine, which honestly, I don't think they should be ever sending any more money or weapons to. It's going to Ukraine, and Ukraine, the corrupt personnel from Ukraine are taking those weapons and they're selling them. They're selling them out of the backs, like I said, backs of cars and stuff like that.
Yeah. Alicia has a good question. How can we protect ourselves in our home when we are not allowed a firearm? I found out about a non-lethal gun that we can have. We have a security system never been for guns until the world threat. Well,
A club.
baseball bat,
Mm-hmm.
pepper spray, if you're allowed to have that.
Yeah. At least
In
your
s-
guys allowed to have that over there in Sweden. I feel bad for anybody living in England because they've got such a stranglehold on any sort of self defense. Really, like you could get in
Yeah,
trouble for
Alicia-
using a weapon of opportunity in some cases.
Alicia, there's something I would like to add to that is add more door locks, add more
Yeah.
window locks, trim your trees and bushes so you can see out from your home. So you've got so you can see something coming at you. But
And put up some cameras too.
that too. And what I'm doing right now is adding door locks on the inside of the house, not just on the outside.
Yeah,
And
when
so
you're sorry, Bob, go on.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, let's say, Alicia, when you're restricted, like we are here in Britain,
And Sweden.
you've got to, and Sweden, more so in not so much
Yeah,
in
more
Sweden,
so
we
in
are.
England.
Mhm.
We've you got to adopt different measures. So okay, you can't have a firearm for the specific person or reason for defense, but you adopt different measures. So you bolster your home security up, your perimeter security up, get together with your neighbors and form some sort of alliance
There you go.
and watch group.
Mhm. Yep,
Everything counts, all this basic measures that add up. I mean, we have the right to defend ourselves with whatever means necessary that's at hand, and we have got access to a whole range of firearms from pistols to 50 cals, but you've got to have a valid reason and a valid range, all this sort of stuff. You've got to jump through hoops to actually get those licenses, and and if you were actually caught using a shotgun, for instance, which are easily attainable, for an intruder, then you'll just be sent down straight away. It should be locked away. Why was it ready at hand and all this sort of stuff? Whole range of things. So go back to the solid measures of, your solid structural defense, door security, as Bob said, your lights, like Shadow said, cameras, all that sort of stuff. And that's the main sort of thing. A lot of people, even if you have got access to guns, you've got to
Hey,
have balls
Rita,
to pull the
good to
trigger
see you,
when it
ma'am.
comes to it, start off, and be ready to face the consequences thereafter. So
I gotta kiss
Hey, Thor.
Deorse's ass for just a minute. I saw some of his videos recently where he's installing, repairing outside lights and trimming the trees and the bushes up. Good on you, dude.
Okay, Alicia, please do.
I appreciate that. Well, no. It's just
any
something.
opportunity for intruders to hide, it gives them time and security, because you could categorize it in two sort of forms. Burglars are more or less a stealth criminal. They creep around. They don't like to be seen, heard. It's whatever time of day. Home invasion is something a bit more different,
Yes, it is.
Home invasion is more like a domestic bank robbery. They probably planned this, scoped it out, and all this.
Been through it,
and
I've been through it.
Right.
They're not necessarily
yeah.
there. They're not always there for to steal things too. Like they could be there to just inflict harm.
Yeah, or rape or
Just
grab
come
your
back just for
children.
the sole purpose of killing you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's some people, at least it's been my observation, at least here in the US, there are some people that are basically, they are straight up, psychopaths and hiding, or sociopaths and hiding in there. They're looking to do some awful crap to people. And like I said, that's the one thing that's a bit scary, at least in the home invasion side. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, if a burglar is caught breaking into a house and they think the house is unoccupied and they didn't realize someone was still there, they could get violent too, trying to escape, trying to flee.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But if you just got to think, if somebody is willing to, kick in the door, smash out a window to break in, you always got to wonder, what are they capable of doing?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where you live exactly there, Alicia, because there are parts of the U.S. it's difficult to even get a firearm. Very difficult. That's why
She lives in Canada.
She lives in Canada.
Yep.
I would think that she'd at least be able to get a crossbow. But I don't know if they.
This is what's weird about crossbows. You see, in Britain, we're pretty restrictive in terms of firearms because all these licenses you got to jump through hoops to get through. You can go down to any outdoor shop and buy a crossbow, no problems at all, completely legal. And those things you get a broadhead on it, and talk about lethality.
Yeah,
these days you can get crossbows with a 6-round magazine.
Yeah,
crazy.
What's funny is there was a while back. I don't remember if it was New York or where the heck it was at, but they were trying to restrict access to archery equipment or crossbows or something like that because there was a mass shooting with I think it might have been just a traditional recurved bow. The guy managed to either injure or kill 6 individual people with a bow.
Yeah, it's Norway, I think. I think it was Norway. Yeah. He went on the rampage.
Norway had that problem.
Yeah, I'm not laughing at anybody who got injured. I'm just laughing at the absolute ludicrous decision from the politicians. Well, we need to put some more reasonable restrictions on archery equipment. Really? Archery equipment? I know in New York they were trying to claim this is New York City. I'm not talking about upper state New York, because upstate New York, that's night and day difference between that and New York City. They were trying to restrict access to muzzle loaders, black powder firearms, and because they're trying to claim that they are 50 caliber assault muskets. It's are you guys even listening to what you were saying right now? It doesn't make any sense. I've never heard of a 50 caliber assault musket.
Propaganda.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's the ATF in the United States doesn't even classify a muzzle loader as a firearm.
As a modern firearm, no, it's not. It's not for hunting season.
It's not even classified as a firearm. Even
really?
People that have restrictions, that have been charged with felonies. Once you get charged with a felony, you've lost your right to own a firearm. Even people who've been charged with felonies, they can legally possess a muzzle loader, and they make the reproduction Colt 1848, Navy Colt revolvers and Colt Dragoon revolvers, and the modern muzzle loaders, they take shotgun shell primers, and use those as their percussion caps. And
I'll address this to Alicia real quick. Bear spray.
Yeah.
Bear spray. You're in Canada. I know you can get bear spray up in Canada. Yeah. There you go.
Yep.
Hey, Billy, bear spray is pretty strong.
Yes, it is.
I mean, as I understand it, I don't think the concentration of bear spray is as high as that is like actual police grade OC spray. But you can spray for long distances, and basically you can fog an entire area. You got it, let's just say something crazy. You got a group of violent individuals, out there on the street walking, and they're coming after you. You can basically fog them with bear spray.
This is a gel. That's what I used this, and I sought it out because I saw what the riot police in Portland, Oregon were using. This is exactly the same thing. And I got one of these in each one of our cars, and I have another one sitting next to me at all times. because of that reason, because I saw the results. They were blasting those Antifa maggots right in the face, and it stopped them dead, man.
Yeah, I've got the bear spray that I got. Don't come with that fancy handle.
Oh, this isn't bear spray. This is a pepper gel.
Oh, okay.
There's foam, gel, and then aerosol spray. This goes about 12 feet, and it stains your clothes, and it burns your skin and your eyes and everything. A foam does a better job, but it's much shorter range at about 6 to 8 feet. But I got this for about 12 feet of use. So.
Yeah, like I said, I've got
foam is more sensitive to winds.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
yeah, I've got bear spray, but then again, there's some caution to be using bear spray and for like self-defense, at least here,
Especially inside of a building. Yeah, that stuff.
Yeah.
I've got bear spray. I've got a room over here, the laundry room. I've got a can of bear spray in that, and I've got a can of bear spray by my bed. So
yeah, well, I was gonna say they got warnings printed on it, basically stating that misuse of this can result in basically hard criminal charges against the user. But I don't know. I mean, I could see that being. I still see it being an option for me. A little bit more viable than if all possible, not having to shoot and kill somebody. But at the same time, if I'm in my house, and you're kicking down my door for any reason, or if you're trying to intimidate me in my own home or on my own property, it's game on. Like, absolutely, it's game on.
Think about this. It's a real simple option. This is a shovel handle. I cut it off and I treated it, and headshots, because you may wake up and I got one of these different locations around the house. You may wake up in the middle of the night when you hear that noise and dude's already in your house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You can't go wrong with a mace or a club of some kind, because
the Victorians used to drill the center of those out and fill them with lead for a bit of extra weight.
Idaho Garden Girl, good to see you.
I looked into that PV, but I found out if I alter this anything more than a stick, they could hang me in court, because if I put nails in it and all that stuff, if I get some liberal, manly woman judge, I'm gonna get hung.
Well,
I've got
guys.
If people are restricted, then they've got to start thinking creative and have things around the place that will double up as a domestic item and a weapon.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you can, as long as you can justify the use of any item you've got in any defensive situation to protect your life, then it's no holds barred. And there's various things you could use, anything from lemon juice or up to the fire extinguisher.
Yeah.
And if we're talking about close spaces, because I know for a fact that there was I don't know if they still do it, but there's quite a few bouncers in many nightclubs here who always used to have a fire extinguisher at hand, because it was an excellent device. It would blind someone, they'll be able to kick him out, they'll be able to use the empty canister as a club. Yeah. And they're perfectly justifiable. Just don't. Yeah, it's all all about proportionality as well, though. I mean, we're talking here with a legal framework in existence. SHTF. If we're talking about complete collapse of law and order, then unrestricted response. Then, but people also got to realise that. At some point, the law will come back into existence, and there might be some sort of repercussions.
I want to, guys, I want to show you, share a video on a short video. I'm going to flex there. It's about the body knockout spray I bought. It's about the effects. I'm going to show you. share that video with you guys so you can see it,
Okay.
because that is not pleasant.
Yeah,
Um,
I bet it's not.
Yeah, and anything that'll buy you time as well, and
Yeah.
if you can disrupt the eyes.
okay, here is.
It'll play into 'em.
Yeah.
Oh, hard to hide in a crowd if your face is all red.
Yeah. Ooh.
I love it.
Yeah.
Play it again.
Yeah,
real quick.
I've got some canisters of something similar. It's called Farb Gel, and it's just basically it's legal because it's a criminal identifier, if you like.
Yeah, it's
And,
blue dye, right?
It's red, same as that,
Oh,
but
it's red.
it stains the skin for up to 14 days as well.
I thought they had
Can't
like a
wash it
blue
off.
dye in a canister that did the same thing.
Right? Yeah. And it sticks to
So
like gel.
So you finally painted one up.
Yeah, I got these all hard to see, and I stashed a couple more of them down on the first floor. I showed the wife where they're at. She goes, "No, that's hard to see." Yeah, but you know where it is. I know where it is. You know?
Yeah. One of the
So-
advantages that you've got, you know
Yeah,
where
there's-
your furniture is, the layout of your house,
Mhm.
where things are.
Yep. Yeah.
So that is knockout spray seems to be pretty effective anyway. So
Well, I'm glad
And
you
it's-
carry that stuff with you, man.
Yeah.
yeah, that is a gel. So that sticks on your skin everywhere. You can't get that color off you. Not in at least 2.5, 3 weeks.
Jeez.
You-
So you're gonna look
Yeah,
like you got sunburned in the face for like for at least 14 conceivable days.
You go
Maybe
to
3
lock up, and the other guys are looking at you like, huh? I
Yeah,
see
look
what
at
happened
the
to you.
mugshot. The mugshot.
You spend too much time in the sun, probably.
I mean, if
Yeah.
you're in your house and this sort of thing happens, then you failed. You're at the point of failure then, because you're at arm's length and you're confronting someone you could have stopped with measures beforehand.
It's true.
So
Yeah.
look at if anyone's into sort of looking at bolstering their stuff, they should look at from the outside in. So the furthest point you're in control of your property.
Hmm.
Look at your fence for a start off, and then gradually work your way in to your sort of final point, doors and stuff like that.
Yep.
What I like to do is I like to have noise maps around the place,
Yeah.
because it gives you the immediate notification something's crossed that line, and
I'd
it
seen
gives
your,
an intruder immediate
Uh-huh.
notification. He's crossed your line, and he knows then you're awake or you've been alerted. So it buys you time to get ready, you see. And then as you gradually get in closer from the fence, you can put things on your lawn, and then you can go to your lights, your cameras. Although
Yep. Looks like I do right
half these
now.
criminals give a toss about those sort of things,
That's what I do
Yeah.
right now, PV. You guys
Some
have
of
been
these
on
guys-
live. Mhm.
right?
Excuse me for just a second. You guys have been
Yeah,
on
yeah.
live with me, and you've heard my driveway alarms go off,
yep.
and I know which one,
Yep.
where something's moving, and it'll look right at my cameras. It's like, oh, just
Yeah,
a neighborhood
exactly.
cat. Yeah. Look from the
Yeah.
outside.
So,
in, very good.
And if you didn't have those, the next notification you would get, they'll be well inside your sort of perimeter then.
Correct.
And you just wasted all that sort of time, transition time to where you are. So yeah, definitely everything, the simplest thing all the way up to the most complex thing, it all adds up, and it just gives it makes your domain an obstacle course, really,
Slow them
for
down.
any sort
That's
of intruder.
along that lines. I'm going to go back to
Yeah.
what I said earlier. I'm installing more locks on the inside of the house, door locks. Installing more.
Yeah.
You
Right.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, one simple thing that you can do easily is get some 3-inch long screws. You know, the
Yeah,
striker
construction,
plate
yep.
on your door. Take those 2 little tiny screws out, replace them with 3-inch long screws, and at least
Yep.
one 3-inch long screw on each hinge on the even on the interior doors.
Yep.
They won't hold up long, but I saw testing with interior doors. One kick, they're in, even with a locking doorknob. Boom, he's in. But if you do those simple little
Yep.
things, you're going to make him kick 2 or 3 times. So that's, I'm all done with that project. I mean, I'll let that out in public. I did that over a course of a couple of days this week.
Actually, I'd seen video of somebody doing that simple modification. You know, they were doing this on a house that was going to get demolished anyway, and
I saw that one.
They were showing, like, man, it took like a ridiculous amount of kicks to try to get that door kicked down, but they did it. Ultimately, they did get it kicked down, but just simple, like I said, replacing all those screws, like I said, both the striker plate and the hinge with long, 2 and 3-inch construction grade screws or deck screws.
Yeah,
like I said, that guy was battering on that door for a while, that front door. Now, I didn't see anything for any interior doors, but then again, hollow core interior doors, man, it's really kind of hard to reinforce those.
Yeah. But just upgrading what I have right now. I would like to get exterior doors on all of our bedrooms, but that's one project at a time, one at a time.
Like I said, this house I'm living in right now, I would love. I love this house. Like, it's too bad it's a rental house, but man, like, you know what? I'm taking notes from the construction of this house. For my next house, if I either buy a house or I build one, like I said, it's for starters, like all the walls, including the interior walls that divide the individual like bedrooms and bathrooms and everything apart from one another, they're all cinder block construction. The exterior walls got a brick facade, and on the interior walls, like in the interior side, they've got 1/2-inch like concrete board overlapping the concrete block. So it's like, this is a really solid house. The only thing that sucks is like it's not insulated at all. It's kind of like the brick on the outside retains the heat, and then like it gets really cold really easily, so I kind of get the feel, the way the barons and the lords felt, back in Europe back during the Middle Ages.
Yeah, people. Most modern houses now have got thin walls, studded walls, and if anyone's got a gun or anything like that, and they start shooting, they'll just go straight through them walls. You've got to be aware of who's on the other side. One of my friends was killed that exact way in Northern Ireland. Someone had a negligent discharge with a pistol. It went through the porter cabin wall, out the other side, into the next porter cabin wall, and shot him as he was sleeping in the back. And no one knew until the next morning when they tried to wake him up. All because someone had mistakenly let a round off.
Yeah.
So look at your strength of the walls and what they can stop and stuff like that. Someone walking around with a shotgun with slugs in it and stuff like that, it'll just go straight through that wall. And if your kids are on the other side of it hiding or anything like that, or your neighbours across the yard, it can quite easily hurt someone else, you see.
We got heavy duty hinge there.
Yeah, good stuff.
Oh, Bob, can't hear you, man.
Muted.
He's muted.
Yeah.
It's a lock It comes. I got 3 of these for just a few bucks off Amazon, but it comes with the 3-inch long screws. Screw this onto the inside of your door jamb, and then this folds over and locks against your door.
Yeah.
It doesn't take
Okay.
long to install these, and I'm using these inside of the house. Yeah. Yep. In fact, one of my doors, I'm going to put 2 of these on it. One by the doorknob, and then one down by the bottom, because I've seen the testing, and they show how the bottom of the door will fail first from kicking and bashing and all that. So, yep. Oh, there goes. Just a minute. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Yeah, like you're saying there, PV. First off, I want to give you credit though. Like I said, I did watch your video. I don't think I got a chance to leave a comment.
Which one was that?
The video that you recently posted with the passive alarms. But anyhow,
Yeah. I've got them everywhere.
Well,
sometimes it takes me a good 15 minutes to just go around and check them out and just make sure they're all right.
somebody might be spending a long time trying to find those alarms to silence them, but you really, think about it. By the time they actually found the alarm to silence it, somebody's already on their way.
Well, a good thing with those is because I move between 2 different locations quite a lot. I take them with me, you see. And the good thing about those is if you, like the rape alarms, if you tie the rape alarm ends to, say, a vertical post with a bit of string, instead of screwing it onto the post, when you pull the trip cord out, if someone trips the trip cord, the rape alarm end will go slack and fall down the post. And you'll then have to spend even more time trying to find the thing, you see.
Yeah.
It's just.
But anyhow, back to what you were saying, though, it to this day, it always it never ceases to amaze me the amount of falsities you'll see on TV or you see in the movies. People, especially when it's like the action scenes. It's a gunfight. Major battle, and the guy dives behind the sofa, and somebody's blasting away with a shotgun, somebody else is blasting away with a handgun, and he manages, emerges up victoriously, and he's shooting back at him. It's like, wow, is that freaking sofa made out of entirely, solid Kevlar? Because it took 5 different rounds from the shotgun alone, or at least 20 different rounds from the handguns, and the guy on the opposite side, he emerges with not even remotely perforated from a bullet. From a gunshot. It's like, what the heck, man? But they'll dive behind interior walls. It's like, no, that is completely false. Your modern construction home, even just a 9mm, which a lot of people like to think, oh, that's not a very powerful round. A lot of things should stop 9mm. Yeah, not really. Your average, at least here in the U.S., your average modern day timber frame construction home using studs and all that, you could fire that 9mm from the street side of that house and expect it to go through most, if not every single wall, and possibly have enough energy to exit the other side and still kill somebody standing in the backyard on the opposite side of the house.
Yep.
I'll check it out, McBean. Let me see here.
Yeah, there's far too many people walking around with heads up their asses thinking that nothing will ever happen until it happens.
Yeah.
The classic example, here in Britain, we're relatively crime-free. We don't get that much violent crime compared to other countries. And it's almost like a bloody utopia, really. And this street that I'm on now, we had
Hey, Howie, good to see you, brother.
Had a prowler going around last year.
Exactly, McBean.
Door handles and this sort of stuff. And you should have heard the uproar. People, did you see that bloke and all this sort of stuff? And just about every house in the street thereafter for the next 2 or 3 weeks the burglar alarm guy was coming down installing burglar alarm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm, mhm.
It takes something like that to wake people up.
Yes, it does. Example of that, what you just
Hey,
said was
Nancy. Good to
a
see
friend of mine. He has firearms and all that, lives alone, and he's the typical. He waited until after he got broke into and got some of his rifles stolen before he actually put in an alarm system and secured his house. So
Yeah.
when ADT came and put in our system here, that's one of the first things she asked. Have you been broken into yet? And I said, nope, that's why you're here. And I told her that
Yep.
story about a friend of mine. He waited until too late, you know.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, for some people, when it's too late, it can be quite drastic. Someone deaths are involved and all sorts.
Hey,
John.
McBean. Good to see you.
Yeah, howdy.
McBean.
Let me mute it here. There we go. Can we hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yep. I
5
muted
by 5.
one. Yeah, so I put up a video last night trying to do a wake-up call on some of the ridiculousness stuff I seen on Twitter. And who knows? But you would think that what happened over in Israel with the Hamas,
Yeah.
if anything, would tell you that you need to arm your civilians.
Exactly.
But now because of this nut in Maine who was on the radar big time,
Yeah.
they're calling for the
Hey,
ban.
Vanessa. Good to see you.
They're calling for a ban.
Bans and registration, all this stuff. And, you
Jeez.
got congressmen, well, I used to be in support of it, but now, after this, we have to do this. And I'm like, you went into gun-free zones. The one bowling alley had a sign saying, we're a family friendly, leave your guns at home. Well, how'd that work out for them?
There you go. And it ain't the fault of a firearm. It's the fault of the mental health system that let him go after 2 weeks. I mean, come on.
And then even his family was getting with the law enforcement and saying, listen, you got to take the guns from them. They didn't
Oh,
do
good
it.
Lord. And they didn't?
Yeah. Sounds a lot like previous cases like that
Mhm.
shooting that took place over there in Florida, the high school massacre.
Yep.
Where they literally the kid had been reported like 49 different times to
Oh,
the
God.
law enforcement community and
It was
like
a ridiculous
even the
number.
alphabet agencies, and nothing happened. Not one thing happened. And you had that POS sheriff Scott Israel over there, and I think it was Broward County, Florida. At that
Chicken
time, yeah, he was, talking about doing limitations on firearms ownership over there in Broward County, Florida. Like I said, this is years ago, though. But after that high school shooting happened, but gosh dang, like time and time again, same story, same song and dance. You keep hearing, oh, the guy's been reported by friends and family. Hey, he's
Yep.
not one time. Nobody ever sends a cop to investigate. Nothing. No wellness checks. Nothing.
Then I had one guy on Twitter saying, well,
Hey,
you wouldn't
Slippery
stand a
Pickle. Good
chance.
to see you.
You wouldn't stand a chance against an AR with a pistol. So I put up 2 videos. One, I'm shooting a acorn squash with a 44 mag at 100 feet, and the other one I'm shooting it with a 9mm at 50. And I believe I proved his scenario wrong.
Well, that was the same stupid argument that people were using when the Broward County Sheriff's Department wouldn't go into that high school. They had deputies on scene, but they wouldn't send them into the high school. And that guy was able to massacre, 27 students?
Yep.
And it's like, and then people are trying to make excuses for, well, he's armed with a rifle and they're only armed with handguns. It doesn't matter. They have body armor. And on top of that, if I was armed with a handgun, hell, I'm freaking law enforcement, I'd be going in there. I'm like, is it?
You got one idiot going, well, the AR bullet travels faster, so you wouldn't stand a chance. It's like,
Doesn't matter.
God, stupid has reached a new level.
If you notice, all the people who make comments like that have never seen a man shot in their lives.
No.
Never.
No.
They've never seen it.
And then just the fake accounts going, Well, I used to love my guns more than my wife and children, but now after this, I'm calling for gun control.
BS. They
Yeah,
never owned a gun.
That's propaganda.
That's cop out. They've never owned a gun.
Said, Alex, can I have bullshit posts for 400?
Well, I was gonna say, regardless of whether it's a handgun, a shotgun, a rifle, those bullets are traveling so fast. You ain't gonna be able to tell whether it's traveling at 900 foot per second
We're
or
talking
if it's
nanosecond.
traveling at 3,400 foot per second. It's all the same to you. It's fast. It's traveling faster than your mind can actually process the damn bullet traveling. So
they're just so full of shit. And then they're like, well, you don't stand a chance. Well, I took the dead center out of that squash at 100 feet with a 44 mag revolver. So I'm pretty sure I can hit my target. But I practice too.
Hello, Jennifer.
Vanessa, I had somebody.
Hey, Jennifer, good to see you.
Vanessa, I had somebody knock on my door at like 3 a.m, and I don't think he was expecting me to answer the front door with a shotgun in my hand.
Yeah.
Like,
You have to be really accurate with that. It's got to be in the general direction.
Does that count? Does that count for Afghanistan as well?
yeah, like I said, I had my pistol gripped Mossberg with the top folding stock on there. I answered the door with that one.
Well, the one that cracks me up is when you hear these posts going, well, when they hear me rack my shotgun, then they're going to leave. And I'm like, well, why would you rack the shotgun?
Should have already had a round chambered.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
And they'll rack that shotgun every corner they go around. And I'm like, where's the shells?
Yeah. But by the time you got to the intruder, you're out of shells. If they got into into a house doors and all that sort of stuff, then you shouldn't be racking stuff up. You should be pulling the trigger by then.
Right. They're not going to hear me until it's too late.
Yeah.
There's not going to be, you better leave because I have a gun. That's not going to happen once they're in the house.
And these people got to think about, these people are still going to be, any intruder is still going to be a threat unless they're either dead, they've gone, or they're unconscious. And if they aren't,
Hey, MC Josh, good to see you.
Maybe most of the time they won't be dead. So you've got to think about some form of restraint. How are you going to stop the guy getting up,
zip ties,
running off? So yeah. So you got to think about some sort of restraint to restrain these guys.
Zip ties.
Oh no, they come in the house.
Whatever you're doing, don't stop until the threat is over.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Remember those horror movies? Mm-hmm. Shoot them again. Oh no, everything's fine. Stab.
Why did you run it? Why did you shoot him 15 times? Well, I run out of bullets.
Yep. When in doubt, expend all ammo.
Yeah, that's. I'll go back to what I said earlier, that people don't. The North Korean paratroopers and the Chinese infantry are going to take us out. Blah blah blah. When we're already in shit hit the fan, and Europe's in the same situation that we're in right now. Welcome to the club, Swede.
Yeah, and then what do they want to do? They want to take our best way to defend ourselves away.
Yeah.
That's their answer.
I bet there's a couple million Swedes right now wish that they could have AR-15s like we do.
Yeah. That
that will not happen in a million.
Yeah. I have a feeling that if there's more quote unquote mass shootings and they try to ban the AR-15 nationwide here, I'm pretty certain Texas ain't gonna go for it. They won't do it.
They're gonna try.
No, I doubt Greg Abbott be in support of this, Governor Greg Abbott.
Oh no, he won't. But you have some of those ones that they're just looking at, what do I gotta do to get elected?
Yeah, the knee-jerk reaction crew.
Yeah. And
Well,
their
they can-
local law is already on the book to stop this guy.
They can ban them all the way across the U.S., but how many people are going to turn them in?
Yeah.
Well,
I
we
have a
have
feeling-
we have a registration here in Illinois that started
Yeah.
October 1st. You're
The
supposed to
Floyd
register your pistols that can hold a mag over 17 rounds. You're supposed to register your rifles that can hold one over 10 rounds. Less than 1% so far have complied.
Yeah.
I think I'd be absent that day.
Well, like I said, there's going to be, I foresee there being a lot of boating accidents, just like I think there's probably going to be a lot of boating accidents that are going to take place.
Funny you
with
should
their
say
main-
that. That's what happened to mine.
Yeah.
That damn boating accident.
It's the damnedest thing. I had all of them. I had every single one on board, including the magazines.
Right.
They were loaded to capacity.
It's terrible.
Such
Yeah.
a traumatic event.
Pretty much about 90% of the counties said they would not enforce it.
I'm a pacifist. I won't have anything scary.
Yeah, you just don't want them confiscating your camera equipment there, Bob.
Yeah, it's because it's black, isn't
There
it?
you go. Yeah. Oh, it's scary. Oh.
Oh, it sounds like to me they're being a little racist.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Mine identify as BB guns. If so anything different, you're racist.
I'm so on board with the woke stuff here in Seattle. I am going to go to Thailand and get all my man stuff cut off so I can be a victim too.
There you go. And then come across the border so you get free money.
All my guns sexually identify as high-speed nail drivers.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a garden hose.
It's watering the garden of freedom.
Mm.
But the tree
So,
of liberty.
Alicia, Alice had autism's mom. What about bulletproof vests? Right. So, bulletproof vests. They've got a lifespan, haven't they? About 5 years
Yeah,
before they. I mean, realistically, they probably last longer. But
Yeah.
I think that's a selling point.
yeah. But bulletproof vests are an option. Bulletproof shields an option. Any shield's an option if you get that close to people.
Yeah.
But,
Well, some kids put up a video a long time ago. They had a ream of paper. You know, you go buy for copy paper, 500 sheets would stop a 9mm. And well, I was suspect on it, so I set it up on a target and put it behind, you know, and I had 2x4s behind it, and I shot the 9mm. Not only the 9mm went through the ream of paper, it went through the 2x4 behind it.
right. What range was
Right
that?
on. Right on.
Now, here's my fear. There's some idiot out there with a ream of paper taped to his chest thinking he's bulletproof.
Yeah.
Unless it's
Yeah.
a 22, probably not going to work out well.
I think it's funny. You know,
Homestead Tessie, good to see you.
I think it's funny. Everybody talking about how easy it is to stop a 9mm. It's like, dude, you're gonna have an easier time stopping a 45 ACP round because it travels much slower. The 9mm.
Slow does the job.
I mean, the 9mm travels like extremely fast. You don't hardly ever hear stories of under penetration with 9mm. You don't hardly ever hear stories of 9mm ricocheting off of as many hard objects as you would with 45, because 45, I mean, it travels very slow. I'm not saying that 45 is ineffective. No, far from it. But I'm just saying, if one is going to be easier to stop with mass, like, because that's what you're doing with that phone book or that ream of paper, you're stopping it with mass.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a better chance with 45 or even 38 than you are with 9mm. 9mm just
If it
travels
works,
much faster.
if it works, use it, and don't be afraid to put some sort of light on the front of your weapon either.
My thought is the best way to stop a 9mm is with a 2 9mm.
Yeah, true that.
Double
Yep.
tap.
Hmm. Yeah, but for most people, inside of your home, man, some kind of a pepper gel, pepper spray, and a freaking club. and hit them in the head and keep hitting them in the head and hit them more. If they fall down, hit them 10 more times, you know.
Yeah. And I always go back to
Tammy.
You always go back.
I always go back to the principal core principles of defense. There's 5 or 6 of them, but they hold true in just about every scenario, every location you think of. Ranging from all-round defense to mutual support. And if there's 5 or 6 here, 3, 4, 5 or 6 here, however many in your household, don't you just be the one to train. You all train together.
Correct.
You all have a drill to go through.
Yeah.
When an alarm goes off, or you say, right, we've got someone in the house, go
Kinda
to it,
like-
and you'll, practice basically. So
Kind of
you're
like
not all running around like
the
endless
movie
chickens.
The Outlaw Josie Wales, where Granny was out, reloading all the muzzle loader rifles and was ready to slap hot iron on anybody with a gunshot wound. And
Yeah.
all the guys, everybody had their window to man, and all the guys were out there, shooting away at the bad guy.
I mean, me and my missus train.
So do my wife and I. We do inside the house. Yep.
Yep. We train once a month ish. At least once a month, we go through everything: first aid, NBC, weapons, all sorts of stuff. You name it, we do it, and we train for real either. As well. We don't piss around because we know the gravity of the situation and where things are going now. You see.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, especially that demonstration guys had in the UK. They had in the UK.
More heavily in my house is get off the X. Get off the X. Move your feet. Slide your feet. Get off the X. Don't be a target.
Yeah.
While you're shooting or you're attacking with a club.
Yeah.
He sees you right there in that instant. Now you're shifted to the left.
You need to keep your feet going.
Very, very important.
Yep, get out the threat zone.
That's right. Mm-hmm. That's one thing the wife and I will practice is we'll slide left across the living room and aim at a pillow and dry fire. Tick, 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 tick. Slide right, slide left, slide right, and keep firing,
Yeah, I know. I have practiced eskrima, and I know
that's where it comes from. You know it, Shadow. Yeah. That's what my wife taught me was Arnis eskrima, and that's where it comes from. Keep your feet moving.
Yeah. Otherwise, you move left or right. It depends on the situation. If you are blocked on the left, you need to move out on the right side and keep going. Because if you stand still and don't move your feet, you're screwed.
He's coming for you. Yep. And attack him at an angle. Don't attack straight on. Shift left and attack to the right. That kind of stuff. And you can put that right into firearms too. Same thing.
So yeah, in areas where you can't have a firearm, club and hammer in one hand and a good blade in the other, or can you have blades there?
You're not allowed to use anything whatsoever that is a weapon or has been designed as a weapon to defend yourself.
Cricket paddle.
What are you supposed to say? Say stop and then say stop again?
You've got to.
You got to use first language.
By law,
Yeah,
you're allowed to use. By law, you're allowed to defend yourself, but you can only defend yourself with something that's immediately at hand. That's
okay. Well,
that's what the law says.
I have a blade immediately at hand anywhere in this house.
Yep.
Matter of fact, I'm redoing one of my major ones. And that one usually sits between the mattress and the box springs.
Yeah.
But there's various. I mean, whether you would actually get done for that is a different story. I don't think you're more likely to get done for it these days, as long as it's justifiable, and as long as you haven't used disproportionate violence. There's been various cases recently where someone's had a break-in, and the father and the son who's been in his 20s or so on, have chased the burglar down the road, caught up with him 3 streets away, then given him a good kicking and beating him half to death.
Yeah.
And that's when it starts to cross the line, you see.
Right. Right.
In current law, in this situation, the area situation.
Well, I can agree about halfway with that. The only thing is once the threat's gone, really shouldn't do it. But what do? You wait for him to come back?
Yeah.
Well, this is the thing, you see.
In the U.S., that's called excessive use of force, which you just described there.
Yeah. And even people are.
I don't understand the meaning of that.
People are reluctant to actually report things
in
case the criminal comes back.
Yeah, for retribution.
It's just complete, nanny state. It's just complete crap. I mean, well, we got where I live at the moment, there's 2 or 3 of us down the road. We've all said, if anyone comes into our houses, they ain't coming out alive. But that way. So, any of you got dogs to add to the mix?
Yeah.
You've got a dog, yeah?
Even if they're not attack dogs, they'll bark.
Yeah.
Another form of, early warning.
Yeah.
Yeah. They'll bark at everything. I have a guard cat.
Yeah, I've got a cat, and I'm not
sure. Favorite MO at the moment here is they're targeting cars. That's all.
I know when somebody's coming down the driveway because she takes off.
They're targeting cars here at the moment, and they're targeting like the Audis, the Land Rovers, the Range Rovers, that sort of stuff. And what they do is as soon as they got the car, they'll ship it straight across the continent in an ISO container, strip it, and then it goes wherever then. But what they're doing is they'll come to your house with a big sledgehammer, smash the doors in, and all they're after is the keys. They'll get the keys and take the car and go. It's the big favourite at the moment.
Yeah, I agree there, MC Josh.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Don't forget my secret weapon, poop in my hand and throw it at them.
Yeah. I'll get that picture out in a minute.
New word, the term getting shit faced.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, MC Josh, there is times though where you do need a porcupine.
Maybe in a desperate situation, when I'm dressed up in a mini skirt, I'll lift up my mini skirt and show up. Yeah.
Well, they would flee probably by the
Most
side
likely.
of that.
Yeah. I'm a pacifist, guys. Come on. That's just a prop right there. That's not real. That's not real. It's not a real 590. I'm a pacifist,
Yeah.
Bam! Somebody fooled me.
Yeah, exactly.
So Shadow, I'll put up a video. I'll give you a link in a second. And,
Please don't, Bob.
Don't,
just
don't. Oh, come on, CR. Now I feel offended, Yeah.
Well, is CR fired again?
Yeah, almost. He's getting pretty freaking close.
No, he's not. No. If Bob's just going to keep making fun like this, I don't think Bob wants to fire him just yet.
Not yet. I got to torture him for a while longer.
Shadow, I'll put a link in the description there. If you want to play it, go crack on. It's hilarious. It's in the private chat.
Oh, what the heck! All right.
Let's see.
It's
Strutter.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna mute myself real quick.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can do this. Are you guys seeing that?
Hey, so fucking sue me.
A turd tosser. I love this. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, me too. It's hilarious.
You watch some of the other videos, it's just
What? Doing all the kung fu moves.
That's the sort of thing he was talking about, isn't it?
Oh Lord.
Meanwhile,
Oh,
Oh God! Thanks, Vet. That was a good laugh.
thanks, that was really fun.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, Home Invader came in my garage. I think I'm 49 pounds for. Yeah, I'll get one of those shit sticks on order right now.
Yeah.
You know, suspect is 5'8", 160 pounds, and smells like shit.
Yeah, that was pretty creative.
All right, well, I gotta go to work.
Yeah.
They
All
broke
right.
everything while I was on vacation, so
yeah, have a good one.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
gotta fix.
Take care, McPee.
As soon as
Everybody stay
Out
safe.
there.
As soon as I hear my son get finished with the shower, I got to go outside and fix an outdoor faucet. Dang it! Oh,
All right.
Yeah.
can't
What's
wait
coming
on that. We had 2 days of freezing temperatures at night here, so it's like I can't wait
Yeah.
on that anymore. I got to get
It's
off.
finally cooling off over here. It's at 48 degrees here, and it's funny, you know, all the freaking native Texans out here is like, "Oh, it's cold." It's like, "Oh, you gotta be kidding me."
Yeah. Mhm.
This is nothing to me.
Mhm.
This is pretty normal weather to me, you know, since I came from Colorado.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
oh man, you know, I tell you what, the whole thing is going on with Israel, and like especially the fact that it's spilling over here in the in the streets in the states. You know, I can't believe that. You know, it's all of a sudden cool and okay. You got the strutter going on there,
Mhm.
the strutter with the shit stick. But no, I can't believe it. It's all of a sudden it's okay. You know, anti-Semitism is okay, and they're harassing people here. You know, Jewish people. You know, people that had nothing to do with what's going on in Israel. You know, the pro-Palestinians and the pro-Hamas people. Like, I'm glad the Florida governor had pretty much come out and said that, you know, for anybody that's here on a green card, you know, if you are actively supporting Hamas, or you're actively supporting Palestine or harassing people, your student visa will be revoked and you will be deported. I'm glad they're doing that. Well, they
Good.
need to do that nationwide. In
Mhm.
fact, I think if you're supporting Hamas or you're supporting Palestine, you're doing these pro rallies and you are harassing Jewish people. Like they had Jewish people in New York barricading themselves in their own homes because they're out there on the streets harassing them and trying to break in and everything. I think these people should be charged with domestic terrorism, straight up. Like I know this sets a dangerous precedence, but no, like they are fitting the very definition of domestic terrorism. And I'm just absolutely pissed off for the Jewish people. You know, like I said, again, they weren't even there in Israel themselves, and yet they're getting harassed.
Yeah.
I think I can speak for most Americans. Most Americans have absolutely no tolerance for freaking bigotry. I have no tolerance for it whatsoever, whether it's religious or race. We don't have tolerance for that shit. And somebody who does, who enjoys that, you know, you can go live somewhere else. As far as I'm concerned, go away.
Yeah, Vanessa, Kitty, that's what I'm saying. They need to go out and arrest these people, Vanessa. You know, like, let's be honest with you. If you're supporting Palestine, free Palestine, you're likely supporting Hamas, you know, because Hamas is the governing body over there in the Gaza Strip. So
yeah,
I think they need to be arrested straight up. If you're out there waving a freaking Palestine flag, or you're wearing gear that says, shows the parachute, the parachutist with the Palestinian flag, you need to get arrested. I'm sorry. Like, I very rarely will I ever come out and, not, like I said, I will not most of the time. I don't agree with saying this stuff, but like, straight up, like, what are these people doing? They aren't really there for free Palestine. They're there to harass Jews.
These people just haven't got a clue.
No.
We've come full circle with this shit, and it absolutely irritates me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go.
Some of these people want to cross to. Some of these people want to cross to Palestine. They'd kill them.
Exactly.
And then Iran don't like the Palestinians.
Yeah,
the Lebanese don't like the Palestinians. No one in the Middle East likes the Palestinians.
No, and Egypt erected a 40-foot tall wall, complete with guard towers, sniping positions, just there along the Gaza Strip border between Israel and Egypt.
Yeah,
they are an Islamic state, and they don't want the Palestinians there. So that tells you something about the Palestinian people. They're nonconformists. They're violence. They're violent people, and they're revolutionaries. They'll do suicide bombings even in their own, Islamic state. So, like, I'm sorry, Swede. I didn't mean to hijack it. It's just I'm so angry with what's going on here in the U.S. and I guess over there in the U.K. I think they're arresting anybody who is actively supporting Hamas. If I'm not mistaken,
turned into people are hijacking onto the situation and turned it into a Muslim v everyone else thing, and people are using it as an excuse basically to cause bother, and it's being facilitated by all sorts of antagonists.
They need to start doing it here in the U.S.
Because it plays into the hands of our adversaries. There's nothing better than to stir up crap in the country you want to take down.
If I could be dictator for a week in the United States, I would have all chapters of Antifa, all chapters of Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
And anybody who has affiliated with them or been with been at the pro-Palestinian rallies, I'd be rounding every single one of them up, and they'd all be getting formally charged with domestic terrorism. And any of them have been doing any sort of violent actions against innocent civilian on the streets, anyone who they thought was Jewish or perceived as Jewish or Israeli or whatever. And the problem is most of the time you can't tell who they are. Just if they're just dressed in plain clothes, you can't really tell who they are anyway. But if they've been found actively harassing, I'm sorry. I think you need to get the death penalty for that. Like that, that's unacceptable. Like it wasn't okay for the Nazis to be doing, and the ironic part is these same people have been flying the swastika as they're harassing these poor people, mainly out in the streets of New York. But it wasn't okay for the Nazis to do it. Why is it all of a sudden okay for these groups like Black Lives Matter and Antifa to be doing it? Like, why is it all of a sudden acceptable? Like, when did anti-Semitism become mainstream, be okay again? What the crap? Like, seriously. Like, how long are you guys going to stand here and support and say you stand with Palestine, you stand with Islam. No, you're standing with the destruction of your own people, your own country, your own culture. And these same idiots, these same brainless idiots, they're flying these stupid banners that say the LGBT plus for Islam or for Palestine. You guys understand that if you guys are in any of these Islamic states, including the Gaza Strip, you guys are going to get thrown off the top of the building. You know that, right? Okay, good. Okay, I'm glad we've hashed that out. The minimum you're going to get thrown off the building. At most, you're going to get stoned to death or beheaded on the street for being what you are. And they think that us normies, us right wingers, us silent majority, we're violent, we're terrorists. The gun owners, we're violent, we're terrorists, and all this crap. It's like, no, dude. Not one time have I ever said that I'm going to kill you based on your race or based on your religion or based on your sexual orientation. Not one time have I ever said that. But these people of the Islamic faith, mainly, and I'm mainly talking about the ones I'm talking about. I'm talking about the ones that claim they're for peace, but their actions show otherwise. Those are the ones I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The same ones that are the 9/11 types that hijacked some passenger jet airliners and used them to kill thousands of innocent civilians. Those are the types I'm calling out.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this sort of thing is going to ripple. Well, it already has rippled across here and there, and it will stay there now. And we're pretty used to the terror threat in Britain, stemming all the way back from the IRA and so on.
Shows how powerful the media is to whip these imbeciles in their living room into a frenzy.
Yep.
The media, it is total mind control. I turn off those damn televisions, man. Think for yourself. Be an individual. Think for yourself.
Shadow, is that a Strutter shit stick or is that a back?
I'll be right back.
I hope you like that stick.
He's got a Swedish version of the shit stick. Has a Swedish flag on it. Very similar.
That one is cat turd size.
I'll be right back, fellas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How would they say shit stick in Sweden there?
That's a sticker.
If I would translate it directly, it would be skitpinne, basically. So.
Yeah, we've had a history of domestic terrorism here, stemming back from the IRA threat and all this sort of stuff, all the way through to ISIS and all this sort of stuff, and it's creeping back again. It never really went away. It's just a case of when's the next one going to happen. And what we do here is we just we don't go out on our own anymore. We go out in pairs minimum, and we always. It's pretty sad, really. You watch the news in a local into. You watch the news for the area you're going to go into to make sure there's nothing occurring.
Yeah.
You decide where you're going to go, what you're going to do. If something goes wrong, what you're going to do when it goes wrong, meeting points and so on. You go out, you make sure you got at least a first aid kit with your trauma kit, some sort of defense item on you. Water, that sort of stuff. You carry in some sort of enhanced EDC. You go out, do your stuff. Don't spend any more time than you have to. When you're out there, you're always scoping out. You're looking around you. You're looking for the things that look out the ordinary, because if it looks out the ordinary, it probably is. You're looking for the guy who stinks of diesel with a backpack on his back. You're looking for potential people who just don't quite look right, and you know the kind I mean. They look like scrotes and they look like wrong uns, and you either steer clear of them or you be prepared to act if they come anywhere near you. and
Yeah.
Yeah.
do your business and
You know,
come back home.
you-
That's the state we're in at the moment here. That's what we do every
I'm,
time we
you
go
know,
out.
I know I might be, jumping to conclusions. Like I said, I don't like to try. I want to be honest. I try not to do knee jerk reactions. This is why, for the longest time, I didn't come out and say anything. I still haven't officially said anything on my channel about what happened over there in Palestine. What's going on in the Gaza Strip, Israel, but it's just, it's really hard not to, like I said, it's really hard not to have knee-jerk reactions. It's really hard not to overreact until you've got all the information what's going on. But, what you brought up, it did make me think of some other things. And, I've got 20 different things going, just kind of coming together in my brain at once. I'm trying not to, trying not to overreact. But it kind of makes me look back, and I know you guys got the same thing that goes on over there in England, but you know how you walk to a shop and the shop owners, they see you coming in with a backpack. They want you to leave it, by the front counter and everything like that, because they don't want you.
No, we never have that.
They don't want you. They don't want you stealing stuff. Fair enough, but what about for that one guy who's purposely wanting to leave the backpack by the front counter, and like you said, smells of diesel fuel. You don't know if you got an ammonium nitrate, fertilizer bomb in that bag, and he's purposely doing that. Because I think back to I don't know if you guys seen the Sicario movies that came out. The second one, man, that was a really good movie. I like the second one better than I like the first one. But to show the scene of those guys in Kansas City, Missouri, wearing plain clothes, and they've got bomb vests that they're wearing underneath their hoodies and their plain street clothes, and they go in there and they Aloha snack bar, the freaking grocery store. You know what I mean?
Yep. The thing is, when you're looking at sort of terrorist activity, you got to consider. Well, you got to look at the overall picture. What's the current threat? Look at there's people pay thousands to analyze this sort of stuff, and it all gets projected down into a simple pinpoint threat assessment. So whatever country you're in, you can look for your national threat assessment for the terror threat, and there'll be one, and then take it from there. So terrorists are more likely they're always seeking out the next spectacular event to conduct, and it's more likely to going to be on a soft target. It's more likely to be in places where there's lots of people, so they're after media attention, this sort of stuff. But that's going to be pretty few and far between, really.
Yeah.
You're more likely to encounter the threat of the lone wolf with a knife going around stabbing everyone.
Or in the case of what happened over there in Maine, the lone wolf with a firearm who's traveling to multiple locations. And I don't want to live in fear or paranoia, and I don't want other people to start doing the same. That's not really. At some point in time, we're all gonna have to come out of our shells and take reasonable amounts of risk. Yeah. But it's just like it.
You gotta get on with life, carry on doing what you're doing, but just a bit of
caution,
extra cautions. Be more aware of where you are, what you're doing. Have a plan, simple plan. If you're going to carry a bag or a backpack, have at least a first aid kit in there. Put something in there that's going to aid you. First aid kits and water, an extra cell phone battery, because that's your key to the outside world. If you've locked yourself in a cupboard or a room, and your battery starts to die, you're completely cut off. Simple things like that, and you're more likely the threat is more likely to come from a knife in for the everyday person.
Yeah, or like Bob has brought up numerous times, the guy who's out there strung out on the drugs, and he's coming off his high, and he's trying
bingo.
trying
Uh-huh.
to get more funds, whether he has to violently attack and or kill or rob somebody of whatever it is they got in hand, or kick down their door.
Well, over here during the period in lockdown and just after lockdown, all the druggies
Yeah.
were going crazy because they couldn't get their drugs, and it was all kicking off in various large towns and cities.
Hey, real quick, Shadow, could you bring up
Yeah.
Slippery Pickles one comment, like not this recent one, the second most recent one, the one where he's talking about he's not a fan of Israel. So I do want to bring up, I'm not saying that Israel is 100% innocent there without blame, but I'm just saying, just for this terrorist attack, that happened recently, they are 100% victims in this. However, I will bring up the fact they did try to get United States involved with that 7-day war between them and Egypt. I think it was Jordan and some of the other Islamic states. They sent out unmarked Israeli fighter jets and they shot up the USS Liberty in 1967. I will never let them live that down. I will always blame them for killing U.S. sailors and trying to sink the U.S. ship, and then the U.S. Navy being implicit in covering that event up and threatening many of those sailors with court-martials and basically going to Fort Leavenworth if they were ever speak out about that. And they covered that up for 50 years. They didn't uncover that. They didn't actually bring that to light until I think was it 2020. So like 53 years
Nice
later. Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah. So like I said, I will call out Israel on that. That was a bunch of BS, and that was a bunch of BS in our government, the part of our government, and BS in the U.S. Navy for keeping that covered up. Many of those sailors, they suffered personal injury. They lost shipmates. Untold amount of mental anguish. Getting shot at and not being able to tell friends, family members, loved ones what actually happened. So, like I said, I will call them out on that. But as far as who's the victim here and what just took place, straight up, Israel is the victim. Like, especially those innocent women and children. Like, there's no reason for anyone to say, oh, they had it coming to them. No, they didn't. They absolutely did not. They're not enemy combatants. Those women and children that got kidnapped and had untold amounts of horror and torture that was bestowed upon them, they weren't asking for it. Just think about it. That could have been your brothers, that could have been your sisters, that could have been your mothers, that could have been your cousins, that could have been your sons or your daughters that all that crap happened to. Your grandparents. That could have been anywhere here in the West. And that's the shit that, like I said, like I keep having reoccurring nightmares. I'm not kidding you. I have reoccurring nightmares. Granted, it's mostly, come from the lens of people who are Jewish, but it's just like just you're powerless to stop that kind of crap. And I don't know, I'm frustrated. I'm absolutely frustrated. There isn't more outcry about what's going on, and then the fact that this stuff that's going on in the streets is just, it's okay. It's okay. We can. Oh, who cares? Oh, the Jews, they had to come to them. They control the banking. What? That might be true for some people. They control banking, but to say their family members need that to have happened to them, no, they're innocent victims. This is, I don't know. I'm sorry. I need to stop talking right now. It's just, I'm frustrated as hell. Especially, like I said, with these people here in the U.S. The people here in the U.S. absolutely, truly make me more sick than the people that actually committed the atrocities. Like, I'm more angry with these people here in the U.S. that's cheering this shit on. Angry at the people in Australia and Canada and England that are cheering this stuff on, thinking this stuff's okay. It doesn't make it right. It wasn't right for the Nazis to do it. It doesn't make it right for an Islamic State to do this crap, or Antifa to do this stuff.
Yep, and it's not going to go away in the near future. It's going to, it's reached our shores now, and we've now got to deal with the secondary fallout. Really,
Long as people are mindless zombies watching international news,
yep,
you're going to have this effect because you're told who to hate. People who can't think for themselves, and there's millions of them out there. Go back to what an old friend of mine told me once at Boeing on the job. He said, Bobby, when are you going to realize the 70% of people are incompetent of even being able to perform their normal daily job? Yeah. Well, as long as you're surrounded by that kind of people, there's going to be problems. And that's a fact.
it's going to be interesting.
People watch television and
yeah,
sorry.
It's going to be interesting this next couple of years. It feels like everything's coming to a point next year. You got elections in America, Britain, South Africa. You got the reconfirmation in Russia. You've got the big one. This is the big threat, that the Paris Olympics next year. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, and Paris still probably hasn't forgotten what happened to them about almost 8 years ago, back in late November of 2015. The mass shootings they had.
Yeah, they had a big problem, man.
Paris are getting it almost every couple of weeks. There's a major incident in Paris. This sort of incident, whether it's maybe stabbing. It's not much of it. It all sort of fades around into the background news now. He just.
I know France keeps getting hit over and over again. I'll give you an example. When my wife and I were in Italy, and the news in other countries is not filtered like it is here in the States. They found the French authorities found a car full of propane bottles with an explosive device hooked to it, just outside of the Notre Dame, the cathedral of Notre Dame, and and my wife and I watched that and we went, oh man. And months later, it mysteriously burned to the ground because of a construction accident. France is right in the middle of it, man. So is Spain.
It's that sort of scale of event that the Security Intelligence Services are good at pinning down, because it requires more, coordination and strains of communication to organize that sort of event on the terror side of it. So they are good at that sort of thing, but they're not very good. And this is going to be the threat to most people, as the disgruntled guy at the bottom of the food chain who's come across here thinking he's going to get to Elon Musk status within a couple of years, got disgruntled, picked up a knife and gone on a rampage.
Like I said, Slippery Pickle, I'm sure there's a lot of occultists out there.
Hi, I'm back.
How you doing?
I'm back again.
And I am not, like I said, I'm not I don't really know hardly anything about Netanyahu. I don't. I heard that he was with the Klaus Schwab they had some sort of get together or something like that, the part of the New World Order crap, I wouldn't be surprised, but like I said, Israel did screw up by restricting access to firearms to their individual civilian base. Like, firearms ownership over there is very strict. I looked into their gun laws, and there's so many requirements the average person has to go through in order to be able to, qualify to own a firearm. But how many people can you honestly and confidently say without a shred of doubt who happen to be either Israeli or Jewish? And I have to put that out there because not everyone who is from Israel is of the Jewish faith. There's a lot of Christians out there, but how many of them can you honestly say with a shred of confidence that they are occultists or they're part of the New World Order, cloth? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's it. Half of that stuff's just a bag of crap.
And
Propaganda.
is there really any way you can prove that? Like
Yeah.
I have to ask the question: is there any way you can prove that? Send me some actual links, some actual official news report, by an officially recognized source, not by some hearsay or some. Well, Joe Bob typed this nice long article up on Reddit. Can you actually show me the proof?
Yeah, it's a bag of crap. You can't. I mean, it all makes a good video and a good conspiracy and that sort of stuff, and people jump onto all this sort of bandwagon. But
like I said, I am absolutely not saying that there are not corrupt individuals out there that do not have our best intentions at heart that happen to be Jewish, and I'm not saying that there are not corrupt Jewish bankers out there, but to just blanket statement, broad brush, and say they're all occultists and they're all Zionists and blah 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 and all this crap you constantly hear, it's just frustrating. It's like, seriously,
That's just being too general, man.
Yeah, it's a disingenuous,
Almost like
statement.
stereotypical. I don't like that either. Not everyone's like that, right?
Like I said, I'm not Israeli. I'm not Jewish. I don't know anybody who's Jewish. I'm not an apologist for them. I am just an individual who is speaking his mind, speaking his opinions, and some of the opinions are, lie in reality and lie in facts. I cannot prove one way or another that somebody is something. Like I said, that the conspiracy theorists love to talk about. Like, I can't look unless I have the article in hand. I can't tell you, who is or who isn't a part of the New World Order, who is or is not. Doesn't have like nefarious ideas, in mind.
Exactly. I mean, I have followers here on the YouTube side that are Jewish. Amongst our people. So all sorts of walks of life.
And I'm waiting for somebody to tell me that, I'm some sort of phobe or some sort of ist because I don't like people of Islam or whatever. And it's like, it's not true.
That's
I just
your
don't.
opinion.
I don't like the radicals. I worked with a couple of people from Somalia and couple of my previous jobs that were, like I said, one guy in particular. Well, actually, no. One guy wasn't from Somalia. He was American born. He was actually in the U.S. Navy, where it was at my last naval command. But the one guy in particular at that lumber yard that I worked at, he was from Somalia. Good guy. All I wanted to do was work hard and earn an income for his son and for his wife, and that was it. Yeah, feed the family.
Just getting by, living, right? Surviving.
But like
right?
I said, I won't blanket statement say all of them are this way. Like I said, I know like there's a lot of infighting that takes place over there in those Islamic countries because one group of Muslims doesn't believe the same, and the other, like the other group does. They don't practice the same. They don't share the same extremist worldviews, and so they're killing each other for it. Like, I know that crap happens, but it's just
right. We all have our points of
like
views,
the
right?
Shia and the Sunni, over there in Afghanistan. I think that was a thing, a while back. I can't remember which one was the more of the pacifists and which one were the more extremist violent ones, but the one group was killing the other because they didn't believe in Islam the same way.
And Steve, just to kind of back that up with some history here, that says it has existed throughout history for a very, 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 very long time.
Yeah.
The dawn of mankind, pretty much, right? Dawn is.
Yeah.
We just notice it more because of social media, videos, people posting stuff. The news gets around faster.
And I look at this as being no different than with the infighting that you'll see in the different sects of Christianity. Case in point, the Westboro Baptist Church over there in Kansas, which I absolutely detest that church. I hate that church. I hate all their members. They are just some of the most ignorant, most inbred backswood people you'll ever meet. Like they are horrible people, horrible human beings. I absolutely hate those people. They say all sorts of inflammatory stuff, and I think it's to get reactions out of people that say, if you're they say crap like if you're gay you're going to hell and all this other crap, and and they protest fallen soldiers funerals and stuff like that. They're just absolutely terrible people, terrible individuals. And
if you're not with me, you're against me.
Yeah, exactly.
That kind of thing. All right, I hate that too. There's enough division in the world already.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Ernest Becker.
Welcome
And
back.
I'm here.
Yeah, he's front and center for you to fire him.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, Mom.
But first he's got to do a fireable offense.
Fireable offense. He's ugly. How's that? Is that good? Is that fireable?
No,
you're ugly.
No,
Yeah,
no,
so
no,
you're
no, that's not good enough.
Get
That's not
chopped
good
here?
enough.
Am I getting chopped here? I'm sorry.
I thought you went to the Strutter Gear store with that thing.
Yeah. What do you got there, Bob? You're showing something off there.
I
what you got
gotta go because I gotta replace that little O-ring. This is the outside faucet.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Those are the type that seal inside the wall of the house, and
Yeah,
eventually
the
it's all
frost-proof
gonna.
ones.
Yeah, it's all gonna have to
you
get
better
replaced.
just do that now.
Yeah.
Be proactive, all right?
Uh,
Don't wait.
yeah. 'Cause eventually, I'm gonna have the whole thing, but I got to take half my kitchen apart to do that.
Jeez.
Yay! It's not gonna happen today.
It'll only
It's not
take
gonna
half an
happen
hour.
today, so. Yeah.
What?
10
5
minute
minutes? Not even 5
10 minute
minutes?
job. 10-minute job. Yeah. Yeah, but do look into my channel. Recently I posted a video of a big steel strip you can screw on the door jamb of your house, and
Yeah,
there's
there replaces the striker plate.
Yeah, did you
Yeah,
watch
I've seen those.
Uh-huh. Man, I
I
did
haven't seen that video, but
I know
I've watched
they got
better one before.
they got smaller,
Brother
cheaper
Josh,
things
good
that
to
work
see you,
pretty good,
brother.
but this thing's will, you need a bulldozer to get through it. So
I was going to ask you about that, Bob. Is,
up, Josh?
on the plate that goes over the hinges,
Mhm.
does that protrude out? Do you have to shave a bit off the inside of the door with the door closes onto the hinges?
Not from my door, but every door is different. Every door is different.
Right.
Yeah, I got the entire kit to fit now.
Yeah.
Prior, when I showed the video, I was not able to get the little plates that go over the deadbolt and the doorknob hasp. I wasn't able to finish it then, but I took and reworked some of those little pieces, and I countersunk the screw holes even deeper, and then put them on, and now they fit perfectly.
Right.
But I didn't put that on the first video. But yeah, the 100% of the kit is installed now, and it should take like a D9 Caterpillar to be able to go through our front doors.
You've got a wooden door frame.
Yes, that's standard here in the
Would that work
States.
for a UPVC door frame?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't
even know what UBC is.
When I saw your video, I thought, well, I'll have a look at the doors here. And I thought, oh, right, we got UPVC door frames. I don't think I'll have to look for a different option. UPVC plastic.
Oh, God.
And a lot of houses in
But
UK
probably
like that.
I mean,
it would probably slow them
Yeah.
down. Vet. It probably, it would definitely, anything will help.
Yeah, buy
you know.
yourself time.
I got to go, guys.
Okay,
Take care,
hey,
boys.
Bob.
Yeah, I
Bob,
gotta go,
real
guys.
quick. I was gonna
Yeah.
say I don't
Yeah.
need that striker plate, at least not on this house, the front door of this house, because
Next one.
yeah, next one. But I was gonna say
Mm-hmm.
the person who built this house back in the early 70s, late 60s, they made a custom reinforced steel frame, with concrete for the front
Right
door
on.
frame. The only thing
Right
is,
on.
like I said, the door's wood, so like the door's gonna splinter before
Mhm.
any damage is done to the door frame in my house.
Yeah.
That goes for
All right,
interior doors.
I gotta
too.
go,
Yeah.
guys.
Let's go.
We gotta
Catch
let
you.
Bob do some work here.
CR, you're fired. All right. Later, guys. Yeah.
Later, Bob.
I will
Of course,
have
Bob
to,
had to get the last word in.
yeah, I will have to dip out eventually here because I got some stuff to do tomorrow.
Well, this is why I'm here. That's why I came after you guys did everything. And I'm preparing this veterans on slip out soon, right? It's about that time.
Yeah, about 9:30. I sort of have to.
Yeah. So
go,
this is why I come in after you guys now. So
Well, yeah, like I said, I'm gonna be dipping out, and it's only because I've got other things I got to do today. I'm only get today off because I volunteered myself to go into work tomorrow for some extra pay. So.
if you got stuff to
Yeah.
do, right? That's understandable.
Yeah,
Do the work, do the chores, so you can have fun later, right?
I just need the money, man. Like trying to
Well,
get
okay,
my
well
debt paid off.
that too, like that too.
Trying to get my debts consolidated. Hopefully, eventually, just get everything paid off entirely, and then that's it. We're done.
Yeah.
Not having to do this ever again. Not ever having to get back in the debt ever again.
You know it for. I saw that comment.
I wish
Even
Thor
before-
could join us, but I know he has internet connectivity issues when it comes to doing anything live.
Well, I'll represent the Canadian community here.
Yeah.
I'll represent.
Yeah, that works too.
I'll represent. Don't worry. I'll represent. There we go. Now I'm representing. There we go.
So CR, you got any ideas for home
Oh,
defense?
I'm trying to hold my tongue back. Trust me, I have very outside the box thinking of ideas at times. Trust me. So, without giving too much away, without giving people too many ideas, but sometimes you just gotta, you in terms of like home defense or whatever. I always see it as like you gotta like how I think Bob said it before, where you gotta picture yourself or think how you are on their side, right? How would you approach it? Do it, right? Like breaking in. How would you do it, right? Like if you think this is a weak point because it is or whatever, then reinforce it, right? The door, the hinge or whatever, right? How would you get in? Right? Always thinking like that, right? Because if you're thinking like that, then you see the weak points in your frame, your door, or handle, or whatever, right? Like for example, like the windows, for example, right? We talked about that last week or the week before, right? The windows are very vulnerable spots to B&Es, right? Because generally speaking, all right,
Well,
because they're
speaking of
easy to break.
B&E, he just brought up the B portion of the B&E. They're thwarted. He talked about bacon.
Seriously,
Yeah.
I'm seriously for you. I'm trying not to talk about food, and you just got to bring it up. It's like, let's just derail CR with all the food chat right now. Why not? It's like he just waited for me to join. It's like, okay, I'm gonna talk about this now, everyone. But seriously, you gotta think like that, right? Like think quote unquote think like the criminal or whatever, right? And just kind of see for yourself on the other side, right? Because if you can see that, then it's a potential of a weak link in your castle, right? Your metaphor castle, right?
Well, there are other things you can adopt I mean, think of it in terms of depth of protection.
Hey, CB, good to see you, man.
Hi, Hugo.
Depth
go
of
on.
protection, depth of alertness. So,
Mhm.
what I mean by that is, like I said, the earliest opportunity, you make sure you get some form of alarm to let you know they've crossed your outer boundary, and all the way into so you got alarms, lights, cameras, reinforced doors, locks, hinges inside your house. Arrange the furniture. You know where the furniture is, so you can move around in it in the darkness in case the power's gone out, and then you get attacked, or you get a home invasion or a burglary, or they've cut your power on purpose. So know the layout of your internal property and your furniture. So you're not stumbling around the dark. They won't know because they're going into a blind sort of situation.
Yeah, and hopefully they haven't had eyes on the place for a while where they've been
So
and all that stuff.
Depth of defense is what sort of more likely there. All round defense as well. So you're not just focusing on the front or the back. It's the sides as well. Access to a second floor window. So
The roof.
How, can
roof
a
too,
potential intruder jump onto a fence, jump onto a sloping roof, and end in the upstairs window?
Oh yeah,
So,
like Bob would say, right?
Defense all round.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Layers of protection, right? It's just like in preparedness, you have layers of preparedness, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Not just one thing. So,
and if you look at the word defense in depth, every form of military defense since the First World War all the way to the present, that has been adopted. If you look at, for instance, an overhead plan of the trenches in World War One, you will see defense in depth there clearly. You've got layers, interlocking arcs, and that sort of thing, all the way back. So, a defensive alert system, you like to call it. You can conceal various things to alarm you or record. Have some form of you can lay out some form of deception plan as well. You can bring people in to a not so much of a killing area, but an area where you want them to be.
A
bottleneck.
Yeah,
bottleneck
exactly.
Yeah.
So if you've got a limited amount of alarm systems out there, you can create a funnel system into that area to trigger your one alarm or so on.
Yeah.
Have some form of backup internally and externally, so your family can back you up. Your family have all practiced some form of drill in case this sort of thing happens.
Yeah.
And the tendency is, from what I've read and people I've spoken to, is for a group or a family to all stick together. You could have a plan where you disperse within your house and you each know where each one is to form some sort of interlocking arc or whatever. It might sound cheesy, but it's this sort of thing which could be the key to survival, especially when you're outnumbering the person who's coming into your property who doesn't know the layout, is in unfamiliar territory and all this sort of stuff. And above all, on top of that lot, is to have some form of will to defend the place to begin with, offensive spirit. Because if then
the morale of the group, right? Because that's important too.
Exactly, yeah. The will to defend.
Don't have the will, then they're not going to want to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, it could get to many people out there, and this comes back to training. So if you haven't rehearsed any of this sort of stuff, you haven't talked through it, you haven't sort of played a little scenario, you can do this once a year if you like. If you haven't done all that sort of thing, you could, your wife could go into a panic attack. She'll be useless. She'll be on the bed with a heart racing.
Yeah, she'll be in that freeze response versus the fight response.
The kids will be just screaming their heads off. They won't know what's going on.
Yeah.
So
your buddy who you thought you could trust and depend on might turn tail and run.
Yeah, so you've got to see your plan through and stick to the plan. There's an old saying, plan the dive, dive the plan. and you see it through. And if you don't, then one of you, if there's 4 of you, and one of you dips out, yeah, it's 25%.
One less person. Yeah.
Yeah, 25% of your capability gone. So it all adds up. And if it gets to the point where they've breached your inner circle, so to speak, and they're inside the house,
Good in here. Good to see you.
then
Abe.
you're resorting to the most violent methods you've got at hands,
close combat.
because it's either that or potentially you're going to get killed. So work the odds.
Yeah, it won't end well.
And you can adopt things like having spikes around the top of your garden walls, broken glass embedded
I
into
like
concrete.
Bob's idea of the bird spikes.
Yeah. Hedges with barbed wire embedded into them. All this sort of thing.
Or the
Look, I got a
hedges
rose
that are thorny.
bush. It just happens to have a bunch of metal around it too.
Well,
yeah.
I've got
I'm using it as a
rose bush.
trellis. It's a trellis. It's a trellis. A barbed wire.
Garden hedge made out of poison ivy.
Yeah.
I
Those
couldn't
are-
do that.
yeah.
That would well, the problem is like if it's late at night too, like somebody like you were talking about burglars, are they really gonna be able to tell that's leaves of 3, just because? But I'm just saying that'd be a bad idea for me because I'm so allergic to that stuff. It's not even funny. Like I have to pretty much get steroid shots.
Yeah, and that's the sort of thing people got to think about. And if they are employing this sort of thing, will it have an adverse effect?
That stuff won't
by your own
instantly
thing.
react either. You won't get instant reaction. Like that stuff has to be sitting on you for a while.
Don't get hurt by your own things that you're using, regardless
can
of
also-
firearm or anything.
Yeah, you can also think about things like flammable objects outside the house. That would be a potential problem. You don't know what sort of situation that's going to occur.
The one thing that's always blown my mind, and this was mostly a Colorado thing because it's so dry up there, it's really hard to get any sort of landscape that'll stay. Like it's really hard to have a front yard or front lawn that's green because like there are times where they go in some ridiculously long droughts. So the front yard, your front garden, all that will all be dead. So what they do is what they call zero landscape. What always blows my mind is the fact that they use rocks for the zero-scape landscapes. Like, dude, like you've got infinite amounts of opportunity for as you would say, hooligans to pick up rocks and be able to throw them at windows now.
Yeah, and windows are vulnerable to that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like it doesn't take much, right? I mean, you're just giving them more to work with.
Exactly, and it's like
Give
I will only
yourself
ever
more to
have
work
wood chips around my house. I'd like to see somebody take a handful of wood chips and throw those at my window.
Reinforce the glass with
the plastic film,
plastic sheets, or you go to somewhere like Spain, you find just about every house in Spain has got bars in the windows and doors.
Yeah,
and that's mainly down to for insurance purposes. You've got to have that form of that sort of thing done to your windows and doors for it to get insured.
I mean, to me, it's not a bad idea. I would love to see a lot more bars, across windows.
Here's one for you. My mate who used to live in Spain, he's come back now. He lived over there for about 5 years. He said there was various instances of Spain where people groups of gangs were early evening they were piping through gas to knock everyone asleep through the letterbox. After a period of time, they'd smash their way in and do what they like. You're out for the count, and they do a runner with all your gear.
And to think about that, probably is possible because you had vents on the outside venting out, like let's say, whatever, right?
No one lives in a sealed
chimney.
Property,
or a chimney, right? I know what Forehaven said earlier, right? I know what he said earlier, but thinking about that, it's just like, if they get access to those spots, right? They'll be
That's what I like. Their Higa, thorny,
Ooga.
thorn, yeah. I like the thorny bushes underneath all windows and all that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Slippery Pickle says fire extinguisher are a good
I keep one
Good
by my
defense.
front door.
accessory.
Well, fire extinguisher is multi-purpose, right? Like
Yeah,
you said in
exactly.
your bouncer example, right? It helps
Yeah.
you in case of fire. It helps you. You can cover.
I mostly
You're
have mine
concealed
legitimately. I mostly have mine for fire, but yes, I do have one staged right there by the front door. Not that I'd really, make that my first option, but I do have one by the front door.
We got them everywhere here.
Just in
every
case you
room.
see a fire outside, right, Steve? Right?
Well, I mean,
For that,
that's
right?
it's funny you bring that up there, CR. It's actually anymore. That's actually not too far from the truth with, especially these violent protesters, and they literally they will go down residential streets and cause trouble.
Yeah.
Like there is a
those
legitimate
Molotov
fear.
cocktails are not that hard.
Right? No, and it's not that hard to set fire to other flammable objects without a Molotov cocktail.
Yeah, exactly, right.
So
yeah, you might
I
need
agree
that.
with that.
You're not wrong.
We've got one in every room at least, because we with most events you're going to get some form of fire hazard if it's through gas or deliberate event.
Well, because even if you think about in history, fire was used as that from like siege warfare. I always bring that back to medieval times type of thing because it's very similar, right? Like our homes or whatever are our castle, right? If someone's trying to break in, it's like a siege, right? They're trying to break through the defenses, break through the walls, right?
Yeah.
That's why in the U.S. you hear the terminology of castle law doctrine and stand your ground.
That's why I brought up the Molotov cocktails. That's the current thing, I guess, right? But back then it was everything also, right? So
take care of all sides of pests. I like that. Yeah, even the two-legged critters that don't actually fly.
Mm-hmm.
You've also got to have talk to your neighbors because they can be used as some sort of backup as well.
Early warning, early detection if something's going on.
I'd like to think if something happens here, then the first thing that will happen with one of the alarms will go off, so the neighbours know immediately what's up. We briefed each other. If the alarm goes off,
maybe
the
you
other
have
one
their
starts
number.
to raise his eyebrows, look outside,
maybe they
see
have
what's
your
happening.
They sell these.
Right? They can notify you, hey, PV, something happened, right? I just saw it across the street. Just letting you know, so you know, right?
There's only my latest video about these little alarms I was making. Just as I finished that video, 3 doors down, their burglar alarm went off. So I went out to see what was going on. It just so happened that the guy was coming home from work, and he was a bit slow on the entry to shut it off. But at least someone came out to see. Most of the time, you see people alarm go off or the car alarm goes off, and everyone just ignores it.
Because it's so
it'll go off in a minute.
It'll turn off. I mean,
it happens a lot over here. It happens a lot over here. Like I do peer out my windows, see where the alarm's coming from, and it's always the neighbors that are kind of catty corner across the street from me that house is like got a bunch of college kids staying there, and they got a bunch of cars there. So I'm like wondering somebody's not sitting on their key fob. And
I mean, I think if you hear it for longer than a minute and it keeps going, then maybe check that out because it could be serious. It could be actually something.
Yeah, no, like I said, I do glance out the window, and I haven't gotten to speak with all my neighbors. I still don't know most of them. They're all strangers. I still don't know who they are. I've really only met like a couple of the neighbors, but the neighbors I did talk to, introduce myself. they did, and of course I never have it in my head, oh, this is a safe neighborhood, nothing ever happened, because I already know, like, statistically, most of your break-in crimes, they're going to take place in a safe neighborhood, because the crappier neighborhoods, they don't have anything that's worth stealing.
Any place can be burglarized or theft, right? It just depends what's inside,
but
right?
the house that was catty corner across the street from me, these students, some of them, I guess they're part of the Texas Tech, shotgun skeet club, and they actually had a couple of their firearms get stolen out of their pickup truck. Their pickup truck got broke into. I don't know how long ago that was. Might have happened. Had to happen some fairly recently, because like I moved in here before they did. So, but that's what the neighbors down the street were telling me. They had somebody break into their truck and steal a couple shotguns.
Yeah, like I've had people move into the neighborhood too, and I talk to them like, I always say I'm to be transparent to them, right? I'm like, it's relatively safe, but things can happen, just so they're aware that it's not to let their guard down, right? They tend to be assertive about stuff, proactive about stuff, right? I tell them things can happen in this neighborhood because I know, right? Because I rather them know the truth versus, oh, it's great, everything's great, nothing happens here.
I haven't seen anything happen, so nothing happens.
I'm not gonna say all that BS because I know it's not true, and I would hate to. I rather them know what can happen or what has happened versus, you didn't tell me the CRY. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Could get to the stage. When it comes to this sort of thing, I always steer towards South Africa, the way they do it there.
Yeah.
Because they've got to the stage where they've got either private security firms in an area, or they get together amongst themselves in the village and they coordinate some form of security patrol.
Yeah.
Walk around,
patrol,
talk to each other, have meetings and so on like that, which is good because it provides, it lets people know that everyone's aware of what's going on, everyone's sticking together. And
I wish Bernie Deorse was here right now to talk about what's going on.
Is he there? Is he?
What's that? No, I said I wish he was here.
Oh, right, yeah.
I wish he was, that way you could. But like I know, it's like the lot of the especially remote farmsteads, they've had to go as far as literally, put up either electrified fence or barbed wire chain link fence all the way around the immediate homestead and these remote farms over there because it's that bad.
Yeah.
The break-ins.
I don't like chain link fences at all. I think in Bosnia, they were a lot of people there in complete SHTF situation, and they'd lost everything. They'd all been herded into various areas. A lot of them have been killed, and all this sort. You know what happened in Bosnia anyway. Anyway, the point is, there was still a level of order, law and order there, because they were all in the same situation.
Yeah,
there wasn't stories of widespread rapes, thievery amongst themselves. Any thievery that did go on was people thieving government installations, schools, hospitals, things like this for trade purposes. So they go in and steal, I don't know, something out of a hospital, and they go and trade it with other folk for cigarettes and stuff like that. Which was a bit quite curious, actually.
I do have a story too for Partners Veteran about here in Canada. A couple of things. I wonder, because these are real world things that are happening right now or recently, right? We got to remember sometimes history can repeat itself, right?
Yep.
Here in Canada, out west here, there was an arson on an elementary school, and it got burnt down. Wow, they couldn't fight the fire in the building, so the school burnt down. So imagine that's happening right now, very recently, like within the last couple weeks, right?
Yeah.
If Alicia's still here, she might have heard about this, right? Very sad, right?
I haven't heard about that. No.
Yeah,
is
so
about-
things like that are happening, right? So imagine, and that's like, right, and it affects the community, right? But someone did it, or people did it, or whoever did it, right?
Think about
So,
government buildings, schools,
soft
police
targets.
stations, libraries, council buildings, and stuff like that.
Mhm.
They're the type of buildings that no one's really bothered about until they have to go back to use them or the facility is required. So I mean, who cares about, if it was all that kicked off, you'd expect the shopping malls to go first, the government buildings, the schools, libraries, all that sort of thing. And people would shrug their shoulders and say, "Oh yeah, well that's what we expected anyway." Yeah, big company syndrome. Oh well, they're a big company; they can pay for it.
As I say, of all of us here, though, ShadowScoutSwede, he's in a fairly ideal situation, as far as like security is concerned. He's in a big, tall building with basically limited entry and exit points. It wouldn't take much to organize, I guess, a neighborhood watch, if you want to call it that, building security, informal building security, have people, watching the front entry points. But again, it's just a matter of getting people to cooperate and not be dysfunctional, because he's already complained about people leaving their sacks of trash out in the stairwells and the hallway.
Well, this is the thing, I mean, Shadow, you're in a good position, like Deorse just said there, you got a group of people with a common interest to defend that location.
Yeah.
But,
if the building goes down, that's it. Right.
Well, I mean, you've got, like you say, you got, how many entry points there. You can control that. You can monitor it quite easily. It will take minimum manpower to control 2 or 3 entry points into that building. You then got the problems of the discipline of people actually doing it.
Yeah.
So if you're in a rotation situation where flat 1 is doing the defense for the day, and then flat 2 the following day, for instance, and flat 2 they all fell asleep. No one turned up. That's the sort of discipline you're talking about.
And that could happen where I live too, except for, it's not flats. It's, individual houses on the street. And in my situation, it's not really controlled entry, exit points. Like, we could set a roadblock up on the either end of the street, but I've got an alleyway that runs behind my house. The houses across the street from me, they've got an alleyway that runs behind the houses too, because we got
these residential type of areas are like open.
I'll be tempted to come up with some sort of plan, like if you're on a single road, one road in, one road out, have some sort of plan to block the road off, whether or not you use spike strips, caltrops, or trees, or
all of it.
If it is a full blown SHTF, okay, I'm out in the country, and like I said, we've got a group of
it doesn't
people.
have to get to that stage. You see, it could be riots are heading your way.
But I'm saying, like, if it is a full blown SHTF, we're out in the country, okay, we, neighbors and everybody, we've got together, we've organized. I would, in an ideal situation, I would have a bunch of junk cars, okay, that don't need to run, junk cars that I have. I'd have somebody with their tractor drag out into the road, take the tires off, have them loaded down with sandbags, and not fully block off the road, but basically make it so it's a barrier. You have to drive in between. You have to slow your vehicle down. And
exactly like I was saying earlier, right? You want to buy yourself time and make the opponent or whoever trying to do this spend more time, more energy, more resources than doing it. Right?
We're not blocking off the road. We're just slowing down incoming traffic to our area.
Yeah, exactly. So if it's a friendly, they can still get by.
Yeah. But it's the enemy. It gives us time to
react more to it, right? Give you the lead time, right? Like I said earlier,
if they look hostile, we can respond in time or in kind. Sorry.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, you want to give yourself lead time as much as possible. It's just like in tornadoes, you want to give yourself lead time. Preparedness is about giving yourself lead time, right? A buffer so you
It's a
can
good point.
come up with something, put things together, grab something from a safe, grab supplies, and do all this stuff, right? When you only have like seconds, every second's don't matter. When you
This
only
sort
have
of
minutes,
thing-
every minute matters.
This sort of situation, if it's a slow build situation, you should be on the ball and realize what's going on, and have, your plan should get more refined and refined.
Mhm.
By the time it happens, if you're in a building, multi-apartment building, block of flats or something like that, then you should always be wary of the people in that building as well, because they could be the ones that are going to burgle you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Like as Bob would say, sometimes the threat within, or the local crime and stuff like that.
It's all right, well and good, whilst while everyone's working towards a common goal. When things get desperate from within, people start running out of food and supplies and this sort of thing within, say, an apartment complex or a block of flats, and they're going to start seeking out people within that space.
Yeah.
Oh, him upstairs, he's a prepper. It's what can't you share it with the rest of us and all this sort of stuff, and it starts to
Yeah, and they'll try to sow in seeds of dissent among everybody else, try to get them to turn against you.
Yeah, or if you got say all your supplies in the basement, and they know they're in the basement,
They'll break in.
it's
when
hard
nobody's
to
looking.
protect. Or if you got if you got a load of supplies in a storage container, one of these lockups, and the person in the lockup knows what you got in there, you're leaving yourself a bit thin on the ground.
Yeah.
What if you store your gear somewhere else that's not in your house or location that you can't actively
See every day,
be there to defend it, then be prepared to lose it.
Well, hopefully you would have more than that, right? Obviously, the redundancy would come into play in having contingencies, not just keeping all your eggs in one basket, right?
Yeah. Well, but unfortunately, this sort of thing takes a lot of time to maintain. It costs a lot of money.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a lot of costs involved just to do something simple as like rent a storage unit. Sometimes you just don't have that expendable income to be paying that monthly rent for an off-site storage unit, and then you run into the situation of things get really bad. Am I really going to be able to come out here and retrieve my supplies?
Yeah, storage units are always being auctioned off all the time. Right?
Really talking about
scrupulous. Storage companies will do that stuff.
Yeah. Hence the shows.
Yep. So, really talking about small scale flash events here, lasting no more than 3 months at best before they start to get back to normality. Can't even more than 3 months, unless if you're still in the same location, then you got to start thinking about your long-term survivability and sustainability. If you bugged out somewhere else, gone with the neighbours or gone with a friend's house or relative's house, or if you've got a specific bug out location, then completely different again then. Yeah, exactly. H Homestead. Having wood cut and pre-drill with holes and screws to fit windows. Yeah. Because
that is a good idea.
For instance, if you know, just like a hurricane's on its way.
Yeah, and Bob, not Bob, Gil has mentioned this numerous times,
Yeah. And shout out to the people in Acapulco there, just been hit by a Category 5, by the way. People have pre-cut out bits of wood. They can have pre-cut out. Sorry, Hugo Homestead. Right, okay. I keep thinking it's Hig. Yeah, you can have if you know there's a riot starting to spring up everywhere, and start to spread around, then you could put these on your outside of your windows, stop them getting smashed up as well. Did that tickle you, Shadow?
Yeah. The problem is that in SHTF, the criminality, the crime rate will increase 500-600%.
Yeah.
Basically. So
at least.
you're going to potentially get gangs of people grouping together, going around, settling grievances,
Definitely.
taking things that they know
Yeah.
has been hoarded in various locations.
So, like in my situation, it's kind of a double-edged sword. So, there are a lot of people that know, they're, Americans are armed. The average American, your average American, a lot of them do have a firearm, but like I said, it's a double-edged sword because the law-abiding civilian element owns a firearm. That means the criminal elements will have a firearm too, like guaranteed.
Yeah, and those who don't have anything and are after your stuff, they are not alone. They are probably not. They are not 4 or 5. They are maybe 20, 30 guys.
Why do you think that one night when I was telling you that somebody was knocking on my door? The only reason why I was awake that hour is because I work nights. Why I was a little bit alarmed when somebody was knocking on my door at 3 a.m. and I answered it with a shotgun because I guarantee you, if it was somebody with ill intent, they weren't expecting me to be there with a firearm in my hands.
Yeah.
And the other thing too that I was also concerned about, because at that time too, this is before I even had the lights installed in the backyard, I didn't know if anybody was trying to approach my house from behind. Somebody had hopped over the fence, actually it's a concrete block wall, hopped over the wall, came in through the alleyway, came in through the back gate and hopped, trying to find their way in, because that's usually how it works. Like Bob said, diversion. You got somebody grabbing your attention at the front door while somebody's trying to come in through the back door.
Yeah, that's where having numbers inside your place would help. Multiple people, family members, right?
Well,
and checking, if something happens, okay, you check the back just to make sure we're not getting what's that word? Not ambushed. Not detour. What's that word? Come on, Brendan. Right?
Complacent?
No, not complacent. Why can't I remember that word?
Book 2 films starts with
no. Why can't I remember the word now? Well, anyways, so your attention's not a diversion. Yes, it's not
diversion.
a diversion. Yeah, diversion. That's the word I'm looking for, right?
Yeah.
It's not a diversion.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, right, they'll probably be working in. They're probably, if you see one, it's probably just a scout. But if you see two, there's probably more or whatever, and some other people you might not. That might be in the blind spots or just outside the range of camera or viewing.
Yeah, and if you got, it's all right having cameras, security lights, alarm systems. If the power's been taken out through fire or local damage or anything like that, you're gonna have to go seek independent methods out. So, I mean, for instance, Bob's got solar security lights. You could have
I have
solar cameras.
Solar floodlights.
There you go.
Solar floodlights. Right.
Yeah.
So that's one layer of defense, right? To back it up.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Because I always think, unless it's an opportunist or just they're winging it, they probably have been scouting the area for a little bit.
Well, this is it. Yeah. Because
if you think about
it's going to be it's going to be either the independent opportunist, the independent group of people just looking for opportunistic attacks,
quick
people with a grievance, or people who are pre-wrecking your place.
Yeah,
and this is why one of the reasons why me, for instance, I've taken all my properties off of Google
Maps. Yeah. Even though usually that's dated like a couple years back, but
they do it every 2 years at least. Yeah.
Well,
there are parts here in the States where it takes them 10, 15 years before they even update, Street View on Google Maps.
Normally takes them about 2 weeks to do it here.
Yeah.
I've done it on Google Maps, Apple Maps, and Microsoft Maps.
Yeah. but they can at least get something general even without going there yet, right? And if it's a public area, they can just drive by real slow with a vehicle, recording, taking pictures, right? If you think about like even in TV or in movies, right? You always see someone taking pictures and doing this quote unquote research, right? Or researching the thing beforehand.
Yeah, recon.
I imagine it's
you
like
thought about
it would be like
reconning.
that. Yeah. Right.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, if we're preparing to see out hard times and various sorts of events, there's no reason why people shouldn't be recceing to attack various places. Likewise, they know the guy down the street's a prepper. Let's recce every aspect of his property, and if everything kicks off, we know exactly what to do. That sort of thing.
Yeah, I think, like I said, this is why more recently I've been noticing places, more public places, add more and more cameras around. I notice it more and more, right? This is what I think it's just to that layer of protection, right? Like,
yeah,
like when I used to attend school, all the school doors were just glass, right? Now all of them are like fenced off. Well, I shouldn't say fenced off, but they're what's the word? What's the word? Well, you know, like the doors have been replaced by like solid doors now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
No more glass doors. No more glass doors. All the windows are and bars and stuff like that. So
those fire doors are quite solid as well.
Oh yeah.
Get those for internal doors.
I bet you after that Nashville shooting, I bet you that school probably replaced all their glass doors with solid doors because that shooter she shot her way into that school. Even though the doors were locked, she shot her way in.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like how I said the weakest link is the windows, right? It doesn't matter how many locks you have, right? Anyone can just break through the glass, right?
Yeah.
So to speak.
Right.
It doesn't take much.
It's time. Time for me to depart.
All right.
Well, hey, Preparedness Veteran, before you go, can I have your autograph?
Send us an email. I'll send you some. Whatever.
I'll send you a T-shirt with some merch and an autograph. You're okay. I'm kidding, everyone. I'm kidding.
PV, do you have Instagram?
No. The only thing I use is YouTube, Twitter, WhatsApp.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's it.
I don't have I don't have a Twitter or WhatsApp.
Twitter's mainly just for Twitter's good for news events and information.
Yeah, that's
reporting.
That's pretty much that. I have it downloaded on one of my phones, but I don't have an account on there.
Right.
No, I thought I'd ask because, like I said, I had originally downloaded Instagram because I could talk to my one buddy out in England. You know, not have to have an international phone call. You know, I can just talk to them through the app.
That's why I use WhatsApp for. Really, I use that sort of thing for that. So it's quite user friendly as well. So if anyone's got a WhatsApp thing, let us know.
All right.
I have WhatsApp.
Maybe all right. Yeah, send it to us, Shadow, and I'll keep you updated with various pictures, bits and bobs, and training programs or whatever you want.
Yeah.
Take care of Preparedness Veteran.
Yeah.
So apart from that, yeah.
I'll probably be dipping out here within a couple minutes myself, anyhow, because I got stuff.
But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. Besides that, I'll still be around.
So before
I can't let Shadow do all the talking now.
Yeah, Bob hasn't fired him yet.
I'd say to people that just spend a day just having to think about your property from the perimeter all the way into your final sort of walls and doors, and just think what you can do about them. Come up with some sort of plan, whatever that is. But some plan is better than no plan for a start off. And it's better to do is think about these sorts of things now and do something about it.
Proactive.
Yeah.
So the plan is planning to fail.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Because once you're a victim, it's
GG. I'll catch you later. Hugo Homestead.
Yeah.
And Deorse CR, Shadow, catch you later.
Yeah. Later, PC.
Yeah, catch you later.
Take care.
Yeah.
So I just read your comment, Luca. I saw that comment earlier. I saw what you posted earlier.
Yeah, it said something about Molotov cocktails.
No, about Home Alone. I think we always refer back to that because I mean, obviously that's in a controlled movie environment, right? That's totally different in the real world.
I don't think I ever got to see Home Alone all the way through, but I'm just thinking to myself, let's be honest here. Let's be honest here. If you think you think criminals be that bumbling and be that much of an idiot, I think most of them, I think if any of them had half a brain, they're either going to do one or two things. They're either going to try to figure out who the hell's doing all this stupid stuff, or they're going to just, all right, I'm out. I'm done. I'm leaving. I can't keep getting tormented like this.
Like I said about buying yourself time, right? And making them, the opponent, take more energy, more time in doing it, right? Where they're like, is this even worth it now? You know what I mean? Steve, like, because you want to give yourself time. Make them take more and more time, right? That way you can start gathering up more supplies, or even as simple as buying yourself 5 minutes so you can barricade the door even more.
Yeah.
Right. Well, if you think about like an active shooter type of scenario, right? That kind of thing, like, you want to buy yourself time, right? You want to buy yourself time as much as possible. I guess they always say, like a classroom or whatever, right? I would probably see the students putting their desk and all the furniture up to next to the door or something like that and barricading the door.
Yeah.
Right?
And again, and especially in the situation, an ideal situation where, like you said, you got time in the event of an active shooter and your classroom is quite a ways down the hallway, or it's up on the second floor and whatever's going on is taking place on the first floor. Yeah. Putting piling desks and chairs. Like, I definitely don't see that being, too far-fetched or outside the realm of possibilities, something that'd be reasonable.
At least.
Oh,
yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say at least back at my old high school, a lot of those doors, they were solid wood doors, with the exception they did have a viewing window that you could view the hallway from the inside, and people from the hallway could view the classroom from the hallway and inside the classroom. So kind of a two-way window
I was always thinking, instead of everyone being, because obviously if the teacher gets alert, tells the students, right, everyone in that classroom is probably gonna be scared. I imagine so, right?
Yeah.
You don't have that adrenaline, that fright, but doing something actively to be proactive, or at least to redirect that energy into something, is probably better. That way, not everyone's just scared, huddling in the corner. Everyone's trying to be proactive about it and doing something about it as much as possible, right? At least redirecting that energy, right? Versus, just hiding behind the desk, right? That's not going to help anyone, right? You want to be proactive, doing something about the situation, improving your stats, improving your situation, as Corsair trainers would say, right? You would say that, right? Improving your stats. Other people have said that, improving your stats, right?
Yeah.
In that situation as much as possible, because, well, it might just make or break it.
Yeah.
It might just buy you that time, right? It might buy you that extra time where they have to take an extra 2 minutes, and by that time, someone else is backing you up already, right? Like law enforcement is finally going to be there, right? Because imagine this response time too, right? That response time for law enforcement or emergency services or whatever, right? That takes time, right? That takes some time, no matter what.
On average,
you want to buy yourself
20 minutes.
8 minutes, right? Buy yourself that
20
8 minutes
here.
at least. Okay, 20 minutes. Buy yourself that 20 minutes, whatever it takes, right? Buy yourself that time. So you give them enough time where you're still safe, but whoever is doing this or whatever is still trying to break and enter or whatever, right?
Yeah. No, I agree.
All right, as much as possible. Like where they right, especially especially if this is one of those active shooter type of scenarios where it's this one person, quote unquote one person, right? Well, you know what? One person that can only kick down the door so hard, can only extend so much energy into this for so long before they have to, they'll be huffing.
Yeah.
They got to breathe again, right? Which
And,
means that they're
and I've
wasting
always said,
their energy.
I said, I agree with you 100%. And I've always said, like these different barriers, these different fortifications that I've had in mind, I would like to one day implement. Like I said, fencing, maybe digging trenches or ditches. I never once have I ever
Hey,
stated
Ryan,
that
good to see you, brother.
this will keep people out. I've always stated it is only designed to slow them down, hopefully long enough that you can react or get a group of people to react. Hey, these people.
Yeah, exactly, right.
These
Or let's
people
just
are
say
here with
there
their
is
own
the law
intentions.
enforcement.
Yeah,
Guys, I'm going for a
You.
bathroom break.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Yeah,
All
sure.
right, Shadow. Yeah, so you want to give yourself time or give your team more time or the reinforcements to arrive, right? You gotta give them time
Exactly.
because reinforcements, even if let's just say even the response is necessary almost right away, like active shooter, they just broke through this window. You're already on the call with on the phone with dispatch or whatever. They're sending someone. It'll take some time for people to run out to vehicles, drive down, right? And maybe you'll get lucky and someone's in the neighborhood right away, right?
Yeah.
Or the response is 2 minutes, right? But if you don't slow them down, they're just gonna be like, I'm just gonna walk right through. Because there's nothing slowing them down.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think that's really, really important. Something that, in my opinion, that's really, really important. As much as possible, right? As trivial as it seems as barricading or whatever, right? It might just buy you that second that you need for someone else to show up to help you out, right? That can even odds. Or divert the attacker's attention to something else where they're not going to break down the door anymore because now their law enforcement just showed up and they got to deal with that now, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I agree with you 100%. You're not wrong with what you've been saying.
Yeah. That's my opinion about that anyways, right? I've never been into this active shooter scenario. I admit that.
Yeah, neither have I.
I would consider barricading and doing this stuff straight up. Right?
We did back when I
Turn
was
off
in
the
high
lights.
school. We did do some active shooter drills, but we mostly did the kind of duck. We shut off the lights, duck and hide, make sure the classroom door was locked, duck and hide
Empty.
in the corner. Yeah. Well, I'll be honest with you. If the shooter, I'm not saying that this would never work. Okay, and that I'm completely discrediting the school for coming up with this idea, but I'm just saying, if the shooter has half a brain, odds are he's going to realize that this classroom is likely occupied. Okay, I don't care if the lights are off and everybody's hiding in the corner. Likely the classroom's occupied, but. Okay.
Well, yeah, if it's a school day, middle of the day, right?
Yeah, but that aside,
they know it's October, like it's not spring break. They're gonna assume there's someone's in there. Most likely, in terms of an odds, right? Most likely,
I'm just saying,
it's occupied.
That aside, though, I'm not discrediting them. I thought it was good that they were, they thought of this, and we drilled for that stuff. Hell, we did some fire drills too.
Yeah, I think for fire drills, in case of tornado, that's one thing. That's a totally different
We didn't
thing.
do any tornado drills, which was ironic because that area that I was living in, there was, tornadoes happen fairly frequently, but.
Yeah, I think in terms of like fire or tornadoes or something like that, that's a totally different scenario, right?
Yeah.
But let's say an active shooter, and this can relate into this SHTF type of defense, right? Because it's kind of the same. I mean, like the scenario is slightly different, the timing's different, this place is different, but it's still the same thing. You're gonna reinforce the castle, right? Because it's like it's a siege, right? Basically, an active shooter it's a siege, right? Because they're actively trying to break in and do something, damage, hurt people, or whatever, right? So you're gonna reinforce your castle.
Yeah, they're
with what you
actively
have.
trying to harm people.
Yeah, whatever it takes in that scenario, right? Hopefully it'll help. Right?
Yeah.
You don't need to be the hero in the situation, but like,
Oh, that would
you
be
know,
stupid.
no, but what I'm saying is like a hero can be anyone out there, even as simple as let's barricade this door just in case,
Yeah.
right? That'd be a proactive thing to do versus everyone running scared, right?
Yeah.
Like I said, everyone's gonna be in this heightened situation, scared, right? You could be in let's say it's a classroom or whatever. If it's a teacher or whatever, what happens if the students are much younger? They have no idea then, or they don't, or no one's had experience in it.
Yeah,
But everyone's like,
I'm
okay,
glad you
everyone, we're
brought
gonna
that
build
up.
a fort and put it next to the door.
I'm glad you brought that up because, like, I noticed, like I said, the frequency of practicing for at least, school shooter drills. I can't recall a single time in elementary school or in middle school where we did that, but I do remember specifically in high school where we would practice for intruders / shooters, active shooters.
Yeah.
But, there should be like a code word or something. I guess in regards, this really isn't so much about schools, but, like there should be a code word or something innocuous that everybody immediately knows, okay, something's amiss, hey, the milkman's here or something like, I don't know. Just,
Yeah. I get what you mean, all right? That way it's more
or there
planned
are,
ahead.
Yeah,
Ahead,
then
right?
the one I'm going to actually take something from one of the books that I read. They used the term professional athletes just rowed up in a couple of boats, and they're heading to first base. Now they're on second base. They're looking to take home. Like say innocuous terms being used on open comms, and people outside looking in don't know what they mean. Like, okay, they know something's up, but they don't know what this means. If anybody's listening in, and that you could use those terms for, if you had organization with your neighbors or family members or whoever you're working with, some sort of pre-established code words for your comms.
Yeah.
And it's not limited to radio equipment. It could be just merely sending a runner to the different locations and having them relay messages.
Yeah.
Shadow, you got anything?
Yeah, come on, Shadow.
Yeah.
For like an hour, and I feel like I've done more talking than you in the last hour and a half. I'm just saying.
I got 2 more minutes to be here and to hear what you have to say, and then I'm going to be getting off.
No problem. You have things to do, so
yeah,
that's okay.
But I want to hear what you have to say because you've been pretty silent.
Again.
I'm trying not to steal the show.
Again. He's speechless. Everyone, we left him speechless.
He's a man of few words.
Yeah, few words, but great moral.
I, at least from my point of view, in a situation like that is situational awareness.
Yeah.
Keep an eye open and the ears open. And try to blend in. Don't stick out too much. Yeah, If you stick out too much, they will notice you and they might follow you because you're sticking out too much, like a
Mhm.
sore thumb. So
Yeah. Okay.
situational awareness is a good thing.
Yes, I think
It's
so
a
too.
defense as well.
Yeah, you think about it. That can happen even now or even before, right? It doesn't need to be even SHTF to get jumped or something like that, right? And that does happen in places, right?
Real quick,
Urban. Yeah.
BC Gerbs, can you expound on what you just said? Because I'm trying to understand entirely. You know, like the full message. I want to dip out of here, but I kind of want to know what he's talking. What are you talking about exactly? Like, okay, got cowards pulling guns. I'm trying to figure out the context here. What's going on? Where do you live at? Are you here in the U.S.? Are you somewhere else?
I believe he lives in Canada.
Canada.
That's what I was assuming too. But hey, just because BC's in there doesn't mean it's all West. It could be something.
Well, I could never assume that it's going to be British Columbia, but you know.
Yeah. Well, while we wait for a response here, a comment. Yeah. Like I said, Steve, before you slide out, all right? You want to be actively doing something, right? Redirect that energy, all right?
Yeah.
Like I said, I think everyone would. Even the bravest person will have some sort of holding back a little, right? There will be a heightened sense of urgency, a fight, flight, or freeze response of some sort,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
But you need
that
to
was
redirect your
why
energy.
that's what I mentioned earlier. That's what I mentioned earlier. You know, and that was something that PV was talking about, getting the missus trained on everything. And I said, yeah, I mean, same goes for guys. You know, you could have a buddy who you think has got your back, but when things get really bad, he might turn tail and run. You know, like the flight or fight. You know, he might run, and you know, like I
just
said,
like
the
Corsair Trainer said,
the
right?
girl might break down and start crying or whatever, and it's like, oh shoot, you know, what happened to my support network here? What happened to having each other's
Yeah,
backs?
I know.
You know,
You
that
turn
kind of
around,
stuff.
it's like, guy, and you just see them running. Guys.
But BC Gerbs says nowadays people speak with guns instead of talking shit out.
Yeah, right. Instead of talking things out. Making their actions speak louder than words.
Yeah.
Anyhow, all right, guys. Thanks for having me on, Shadow, and it's good talking to you too, CR. And
you're most welcome.
Take care.
I guess we'll see what next week's topic is going to be. Sorry about my absence the last 2 weeks. Like I said, we had some.
Well, it's
no, it's all good. It's all good.
It's all good.
Later told Shadow I had internet issues last Saturday, so there was no way I was going to be able to join. And then the week prior to that, I had family come in out of town to visit.
But you were here this week. That's what matters, right? You're here with us now. That's what matters.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, to be fair, right now, like I said, I know last week's topic too, like gardening. I'd say the person who has the most expertise and that shows up in this panel on regular with gardening is probably going to be CR, followed by Bob and maybe Gil.
Wow, at that time.
Yeah.
I missed the Earth stream the other week because I forgot it was on a Friday. I forgot about that one. Just saying. All right. Take care.
All right. Later,
Take
guys.
care.
All right.
BC says, I blame the lack of parenting and punishing kids when they are out of line, and I wish I came into this live earlier.
But you're here now, right?
Well,
I mean, you're here now. That's what matters, right? Sometimes it's just the way it is, right? I mean,
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
here now. That's what matters. That's what matters, right?
As long as you didn't pop up, so
Yeah, all right.
I don't
Make your
mind.
presence available at least once. Sometimes that's good enough. That's good enough. Sometimes it's better than none. Right. Oh, by the way, everyone, I was here before everyone else. I was in the backstage with Shadow way before, half an hour before the stream started. The only reason
Yeah.
I dipped out was because I had to charge my phone and let Bob, preparedness veteran, Deorse here say all
Yeah.
the things first, and I had to charge my phone. I was here way before everyone else.
Huga says, don't underestimate those quiet ones. And
That's why
BC Jared says, question the quiet ones. They are the most dangerous. Yeah.
That's why Shadow Scout Swede here is the dangerous one because he's so quiet.
I'm maybe a man of a few words. Yes.
I'll just be that guy in the corner. I'll be the CR in the corner. Coward. No,
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding about that. Those are all words. I'm just kidding. But
Yeah, Huga, I agree with that. Know where your exits are. Yeah, definitely.
oh yeah, hookah. Yeah, exactly. As much as possible, right? As much as possible. I think that goes without saying. All right, that goes without saying. That goes without saying. That goes without saying. So,
Yeah, Vanessa, I agree with you about that one.
Yeah. So yeah, defense, right, and stuff like that. I always think, like I said, try to avoid the confrontation as much as possible, right? Because the thing about confronting something like people, situation as severe as what we're talking about, right? The unknown factors, right? You don't know what their offensive capability is, let's just say, right? You know what I mean? So you wanna get intel as much as possible what they have, and lessen what they know about you, right? You want to know more about what they have, their offensive capabilities, and make them wonder what your defensive capabilities are. In a situation, I'm talking in general, right? Regardless, active shooter, B&E, or something like that, right? Because the less they know, the more that they have to guess, and they're still uncertain, right? Because if you don't know their capabilities, right, and you go confront them, and they have, let's just say, high power offensive capabilities, you might be screwed, right? Where not confronting may be a better option, at least initially, right? At least initially, right? You want to know what they're capable of, first of all, right? As much as possible, right? I mean, like I said, I've never been in that situation personally, right? However, Shadow, I will say this, and I verbally say this, right? And I've actually told Bob this story before. I have been jumped in the past before, but like I said, often I knew their capabilities because I could see it. So I knew exactly what to do in that situation at that time. None of my friends got hurt, but things happen, right? And I hear our stories from my other friends at times, right? Like, you don't need to be an SHTF get jumped. That stuff happens. That stuff happens all the time in places, right? People get attacked or whatever, right? You know what I mean, Shadow? Like, or mugged, or I'd say mugging. I guess that's a common thing too, right? Mugging or abduction to a certain degree. That stuff does happen, right? This is why we have things like Amber Alerts and stuff like that, right? Stuff like that, right? Or let's just say metaphorically, something like in New York City, Central Park, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever. That's supposed to be a common thing, right? Because people can just ambush you out from the tree line, right, onto the path, and right.
Yeah.
This is where situational awareness is more, like, for people that jog or whatever, right? It's like, okay, I'm going jogging. And yeah, I get people wear headphones because of music, right? But even if you're wearing them, jog in one spot, turn around and just, right? Just take a look, right? You
Yeah.
know, right? I wear headphones too. I listen to music too when I'm walking. Don't get me wrong, right? But I'm also
Yeah.
taking a look around doing the 360 frame too, right? Because I know that I'm wearing headphones, which means I'm not listening, but I can still look, right? Because again, it comes back to that lead time, right? At least if you can see it coming, you might be able to not only react but form a plan ahead in advance, or bring something out of your pocket, whatever it is, or the tools on you to help you out, right? Regardless if it's a or a boom or a I just made that sound with a real one. Right? It's in my pocket,
Yeah.
right? At least you can start doing something like that. But if you get jumped with no react, you can't react to that. You won't have the time because they've ambushed you that you have zero time, and that's the worst situation or the worst,
Yeah.
right? Because then you're in that kind of you're winging the response, right? Versus right, and forget that you have something in your pocket or whatever. Right? In that situation that I was explaining about earlier, when it with my friends, right? My friend had something in his bag, couldn't even get it out. Couldn't even get it out, even though it was in a backpack or in a bag or a purse or a satchel, right?
Yeah.
Even at that time, we also knew that it probably wouldn't have helped that much because they outranged us, right? At that time, right? Like my one friend got. He told me the story where, like, I wasn't there or whatever, right? But he was waiting for a cab or whatever
Yeah.
at a bench or whatever. Someone ambushed him from around alley, and they got jumped,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Right.
And they were on their phone. Situational awareness, right? Again,
Yeah.
right? Like when I go for my walks, I'm rarely on the phone unless I'm recording. That's the only time, right? But if I'm recording video, let's just say on my walks, right? I always take a look because I'm always trying to figure out the right camera angle, right? And all that stuff. So I'm always taking a look because I put my tripod on down with the camera with my phone, right? I'm walking away to do the scenes. Well, I want to make sure my phone, no one's gonna just come around the corner and just like run off with my phone, right?
Yeah.
Because opportunists, right? They'll be like, they might do that, right? It could happen. I'm not saying it would, but it could happen. Especially if,
Yeah. Actually.
all right, someone just trying to make a quick buck or pawn something off, or an opportunist or and stuff like that. They, especially in some areas that I go to, I'd be like, because sometimes I'm going quite far enough away from the camera, right? Because I'm doing these sequences, I'm walking away, right? Some of these sequences I've shown on video, right? I'm just like,
Yeah.
I'm just seeing, no one's around, right? Okay, all right. If someone's walking, I don't know who it is. Probably they won't do anything, but just in case, right? Stuff like that, I always try to make sure I'm aware of. Yeah, plan A, B, and C, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And if that doesn't work, you have to go to plan D, E, F, G, and etc.
All the way to C. I mean, Halloween is coming up, and that's another thing too, right? If you think about like Halloween, right? Like when I was
Yeah.
growing up, right, Halloween was like trick or treating. You went with, unless you were old enough, so to speak,
Yeah.
right? You always went with friends, family members, right, and stuff like that together, right? Because again, there's lots of people out, right? You know, people are in costume, so you don't know exactly their intentions. Yeah, most likely they're trick or treaters, you know, and stuff like that. But sometimes people can use that situation to metaphorically and literally master what their intentions are. I know it's possible. I know it's possible. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, Shadow. I'm just remembering that post I gave to you guys on Instagram about the drone. Anyways, that's a totally different thing. It's kind of funny though. Remember
Yeah.
that? Anyways, that'll be for another show. That'll be for another topic. That'll be another.
Well,
We're trying to stay serious here, right? We're trying to stay serious.
yeah. If I celebrate Halloween,
You went there?
it depends. But I can't say I am into it that much.
Yeah, but you do see it though.
But
You do see it though, right? Well, obviously, you must see it though. You know what I mean? You must see it though, right?
yeah,
Yeah. So the thing about that, right? I mean, yeah. Like I said, this is like this comes back to like that situational awareness that I was talking about earlier. Like if you
yeah,
think about Halloween or whatever, right? Let's just say you're going out for Halloween. You're an adult or whatever, right? You're young 20s or whatever, or you're high teens or low 20s or whatever, right? And let's just say you're in the partying scene, right? You go. I mean, obviously this year it's on a Tuesday, right? But at times when Halloween's like on a weekend, Friday, Saturday, right? People go drinking, partying, right? If you like, it's not really SHTF, but in terms of defense, right? Situational awareness, right? Right? People might be like, oh, I can jump this person. I'll jump this person. They're drunk. It'll be a quick score,
yeah,
something like that. This is why.
yeah, exactly.
This is why when I used to go to places with people, especially drinking high traffic areas, right? I always used to say, "Let's go as a group," right? And the female friends I was with, I would go with them because safety in numbers, right? I'll be like, because it comes down to like, if I left them and they went home and they got jumped, I would feel so bad. Especially if it wasn't even cold out and if I still had the time to walk them home or whatever, and I didn't do it because, whatever reason, right? I would feel crappy about that, right? That's why I always made sure that they got home safe, at least to the door where they can start walking in, right? You know what I mean? It's the same thing if you
Yeah,
drop someone off, like if you drive someone home, right? You make sure they get in the door, they lock the door. Okay, now I can leave. Not just, I just drop them off at this right outside their place on the sidewalk and drive off, making sure they get inside, all right? Because you're assuming too much then, right?
yeah,
Because I would hate to be that kind of person that did something like that, either one of these situations, and something happened just because I didn't spend that extra 5, 10, 15 minutes to walk them home or wait a couple minutes for them to walk in the door or get in their apartment door or, building and stuff like that, right? That's like, metaphorically, that's like, Shadow, for example, if I was in your area and I was helping your wife get in the building because I just dropped her off or whatever, right? And you were away, right?
yeah,
I would want to make sure she's getting in the building, right? She feels nice and safe. The door's locked, right? Send me a text when you reach upstairs, whatever, and then I can be confident that I've done all I can, and I don't have to worry about it at all, right? Because now I know they're in the building, in the apartment, doors locked, all this stuff, and apparently my
yeah,
headset's dying already. I can't believe that, which means I got to go back to this. Ugh, that's bad. But you know what I mean? So,
yeah,
because to me, that's not being a gentleman. It's called helping your friends and family out, or relatives, or whoever you're with out, right? And watching their back too, right? As much as possible, because yeah, because things happen. Things happen,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Things
things
happen, unfortunately, right? And I don't want to be that person that just kind of could have did something, right? What's that called? Victims of remorse or whatever it is, right? Something along the lines of that, right? I don't want that. I would know that I did something and then didn't do anything at all, right?
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think I can live with myself if I do that. There's other instances where, let's just say, I wish I did more at that time. Trust me. So, but I mean, I'm not saying I have excuses, but there is no reasoning behind that. But let's just say I assumed too much in that situation, and
Yeah.
I hated that, and I still remember that, and I don't like how I reacted to that situation because I assumed something. So yes, it does happen to me too. I'm not perfect at it too, right? But this is where I start to learn more of the lessons, right? The real world lessons, right? The street smarts of it, right? Okay, Shadow, now you do all this talking now. It's all the talking for the last 20 minutes. Okay. I'll help you along, Shadow. I'll help you along here. Have you come up with topics for the following weeks here? I guess we can. I'll help you out here. I'll bring up a topic here.
Not yet.
Still working on that. Do you even have a topic for next week? You don't have a topic.
Maybe,
Okay.
maybe
Yeah.
traveling security or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
I haven't decided yet.
Yeah, for everyone out there, when we were talking backstage a couple hours ago before he started the stream, I suggested something to him, but he's thinking about that one too. So, but that won't be till later. That won't be till later because we'll wait for we'll wait for the winter season to really come into full effect.
Yeah,
We
I
start talking
agree
about
with
that.
you about that
Yeah,
one.
yeah, that can wait a little bit longer still. We'll wait till December or something like that, or at least the end of November. Maybe even January. I don't know. I can wait for a little bit.
Yeah, it can.
Yes. I like this big question mark from Idaho gonna go question mark. Question mark. She must be really interested. She's like, ooh, do tell, guys, do tell. Well, you'll have to wait. You'll have to wait for that notification, Idaho gonna go. You'll have to wait for that. You'll have to wait for that. And besides, I'll probably be talking to Shadow backstage again.
YouTube timed me out, I think. Yeah.
Really? Oh. I like how he said he was leaving. He just chimes back in. He's like, I just didn't chime back in right here. That's like, I've been doing all the talk, all the hefty moving and sending in your side of the conversation, right? I don't want to just steal the conversation just because it has CR in it, right? I want to give you some time too. Okay, Shadow. This is where Shadow's gonna talking. I'm gonna mute myself, charge my headset for like 10-15 minutes, and all that stuff. So you do all the talking, right?
I accidentally hit the exclamation point instead of the question mark. Lol. Yeah, that happened to me too. Lol, trolling poor Shadow. Yeah.
Hey, I was serious. I was
one,
serious about
Hugo.
doing all the talking. I'm charging my headset.
You mentioned that 2 seconds ago.
Oh, just in case I cut out there. So you do the talking for the next 10 minutes, so I can charge my headset for 10 minutes.
Well, you need to recharge it. My headset is on 50%, so I will manage a little bit more. I meant it to be a polite question instead of an excited statement, lol. Yeah. Well, it happens, Idaho. CR doesn't like talking too much. Well, he's very good at talking, actually. Better than me, anyway.
Yeah, right. I used to be not like that when I was younger. It's just I grew out of it more and more. That's all.
Yeah.
Why am I
happens
doing
to-
all the talking again?
But anyway, there will be a situation in a real big SHTF, and let's hope that will not happen, because it will be a mess, and it will be a lot of riots, especially for food and water and medicine. So, and people will definitely take what you have. If they get the chance. So, don't be a soft target. Make yourself a hard target instead. It's much better option. A hard target makes it more difficult to break in. Why am I doing all of the talking again? Because you won't shut up, JK. CR.
I heard that. Don't think I'm not paying attention to the chat or listening still. Deorse.
We work so hard to prep. Got to protect it. I agree. Protect it at all cost. And that can be the tricky part. And it depends on if you live in a house or in an apartment or in the middle of the city or in the suburbs or in the
you're at your
countryside.
friend's place or at work, right? That's
Yeah.
tough too, right?
I'm just stirring the pot.
Whatever there, Steve. Whatever there. Just kidding.
And as you said, CR, you might be at work when things happen too.
Well, I mean, like for example, like a power outage can happen anywhere, right?
Yeah, exactly. It can happen any minute, any time of the day. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. For unknown reasons that you might not be aware of, right? It might not be as straightforward or as apparent as, oh, it's hot out, so everyone's using AC and fans, or whatever, right? It could be from someone hitting a transformer, hitting a pole. Your area's out of power temporarily, right?
Yeah.
So, and that stuff can happen. I know that stuff can happen because it's funny. I've experienced only one power outage this decade, all right? But this decade, I've experienced power outages when I was at my friend's places twice already.
Yeah.
Right? 2 separate occasions, right? I'm just like, and like I said, I was really glad at that time that I had light sources with me. Well, I carry an everyday carry light, my stream light, which helped. But I mean, like, other things can help too, right?
Yeah.
Battery
Exactly.
banks, all this other stuff can help in situations like that. So, but it comes back down to, like, I think Bob or Preparedness Veteran said about knowing your area in terms of your wait. You're probably gonna know the layout of your home the best because you
Yeah,
transfer,
exactly.
you travel, you transverse through it all the time, right? The opponent, and I say opponent, is not gonna be less. They'll know less of it, right? Right. Like I said, if it's a spur of a moment kind of theft or whatever, breaking it, B&E, that's one thing, right? But if
Yeah.
they've done research, you probably have done research, especially, suddenly, your power's out, but everywhere else it still has lights on. That might be a sign that you're getting attacked very, very locally. It's been planned, right? It's
Exactly.
been planned out. Because I've seen these other quote unquote reenactments or documentaries about that stuff. If that happens, you better bring your A game because clearly they planned the situation, this event out, whatever it is, right? It's been planned probably weeks in advance, right? They've been tracking your movements and all this stuff, and they're just waiting for that. Or whatever, right? You just happen to get off work half an hour early. That's why you're at home at this time when it happened, right? They weren't aware of that you were at home, right? The next thing you know,
exactly.
right, you're at home when this actually happens, right? Versus, you came home from work at your usual time, and then, why is my door open?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? That unknown factor that they weren't aware of, right?
Yeah, well, if you are at work and things happen and you have to go back home and you see your front door open, I suggest you would be really careful before you enter your home.
Yeah, exactly. Right? You be checking every single spot just to make sure, especially if you weren't aware of anything noticeable at first, right? Like, breaking any type of damage to the door or anything like that, right?
Yeah.
It's like, I thought I locked the door. All this stuff.
Yeah, if you are 100% sure you lock the door and the door is
open, or not locked. Let's just say not locked, right? Let's just say not locked, because let's just say they're professionals, whoever it is, right? They pick the lock.
Yeah.
They pick the lock, right?
Yeah.
And
if they pick the lock, you can't see that. You can't see that.
Yeah, you're not gonna really see that, right? It's one thing if the door's been kicked in. You're gonna notice that. You're gonna notice that right away, right? You're gonna notice the red flags are gonna stick up, or just like
You can see if somebody picked the lock. If they are clumsy, there are scratches on the lock, and
yeah, you might see that, right? Yeah, where they've been trying at it or whatever, right?
Yeah, if they are clumsy enough. But those who can pick locks, they are not that clumsy. But of course, in a stressful situation, they need to hurry up.
Yeah, they are rushing it, so they're not as clean as they usually would be.
So you can be a little bit more clumsy than you normally would be in normal cases under normal circumstances. So
yeah, because again, they're trying. because usually, and I say usually, not all the time, but something like that, they're trying to be low key, fast as possible, in and out as fast as possible, right? It's just like let's just say car theft, right? That's a thing. That's a thing, by the way, nowadays. Car theft is a norm. I shouldn't say normal, but it is a recurring thing that happens in places, right? Like even Cliff from the Urban Prepper has just, well, I mentioned that a couple of weeks back when we were talking about it, right? He just put out a video about his uncle's car got broken into, and he did a whole video about helping yourself protect yourself a little bit more to slow them down, let's just say, or at least recover the vehicle or whatever, right? Like, so that stuff happens, right? So, like, he never really thought about it. He had some stuff or whatever, but he didn't really think about it because until it hit home more closely, right? Sometimes, you know, in preparedness, sometimes you're not as proactive as you want, as you could be until it actually happens.
I agree.
And then you're reacting after the fact, right? Trying to make sure it doesn't happen again, whatever it is, like theft or whatever, right? And that thing does happen, right? And I know it can happen. It just sometimes once been, twice shy, as they say, right? So.
And I agree with Huga. Write down your plans so you can remember everything when the adrenaline is flowing.
Well, not just write them down, but go through them too, right? Written down, but done too. So you're not just talking it, you're doing it too, as much as possible, right? And some of us are guilty of that, right? We're not, we have the plans, or we talk about it, but we don't act on it as much as we should at times, right? Right. Because it comes back to like having the gear without practicing with the gear. It's the same thing, in my opinion. Because the plans and the gear don't per se help you. They do, don't get me wrong, but it's actually acting upon those plans and using the gear that really helps you, right?
Yeah.
And simulating the situation more and more, right? That's like me saying, oh, here, wear all this winter stuff. This stuff works, or use this, use layers or whatever, right? I have all these articles of clothing, wear ice cleats, right?
Yeah.
But without actually trying it out myself in the real world, right? That's like saying, like, oh, I can wear this, I'll get by, right? No, then how have you actually done it when it's like minus 20 Celsius, minus 0 Fahrenheit for you guys in the US, right? It's the same thing. This is why it's just like that 10-kilometer in minus 20 trip I did, right? I did that just to see how good one of my buffs were. I just wanted to see how good it was, right? I just wanted to see how good about how much protection I could get.
Yeah.
Because it's one thing to do that stuff in 5 minutes outside, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour, but I did that for 3 hours. It really showed how good it could be, or the limitations of the gear, right? You know, now I can gauge the timing better, right? So now, you know, maybe an hour later or whatever, I'd be like, okay, I need to do more. Because I know in 2 hours from now, I'm going to feel a little bit colder because I've experienced it before.
I agree, Huga. I know practice makes perfect, and we need that muscle memory with our tools. I'm just a slacker. Well, to build up a muscle memory is a good idea to do.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Hugo CB. I mean, like, I can be a slacker too, right? And procrastinate too. But I'm also remembering, I'm like, if I procrastinate, it'll never get done. And then when I need it the most, I won't be ready for it.
Yeah, Idaho Garden Girl.
Yeah, that too.
I know when I'm stressed, I want a pre-planned list of things to do, so I can just go down the list and not wonder if I've forgotten a step. That is definitely a good idea. That helps definitely.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Because when you are stressed up, you can't think straight clearly or anything like
Well,
that.
because your mind's like racing 1,000 miles per hour, right? You're
Yeah,
under
well,
that stress. You're not thinking clearly. Or whatever. You forget something. Something slips your mind, and stuff like that. And then next thing you know, oops, I should have did that first. I should
yeah,
have
so
did
that,
this right versus kind of knowing the playbook better, right?
yeah, exactly.
Because sometimes you can't just
I think
wing every
this will help
situation.
come in that I haven't forgotten anything. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because sometimes you don't want to just wing everything. There's a time and place, but then there's other things that you probably don't want to wing it. You want to be more thorough about it as much as possible.
Yeah, I
Right.
know when I have a day at work when it's stressful, your mind goes in warp speed, warp 9, because you need, and I need to focus on that, and
Yeah.
everything just spinning faster and faster.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I know
Well,
you can't think clearly, not
yeah.
clearly as you should under normal circumstances.
Mhm.
So stress can mess your mind up pretty good,
And that
actually.
unknown factor too, right,
It's
Shadow?
easy. It's easy to forget things when you're stressed up. Um, yeah, I forget things if I'm stressed up because it's too much that's spinning around in the
Yeah, there's
head.
too much
So
input coming in, and you're not. Yeah,
you always forget something.
Yeah, you're just like, oh, I can't believe I forgot this little thing in here. Now I got to backtrack or whatever, right?
Yeah, and that causes even more stress because you need to backtrack what I forgot.
Yeah, now you're wasting more time, right? And it comes back to like giving yourself more time, more lead time as much as possible, right? As much. I always mention it as lead time
Well,
because,
respect. My boyfriend works better with a list and communication is
yeah,
clearer.
yeah.
Yeah,
I was gonna say Shadow, like this kind of not necessarily ties into the defense part, but it ties more into this preparedness, emergency, knowing things ahead in advance. Maybe even have some things on hand with you in your pockets, as Uncle Al would say, right? But
yeah.
Modern Refugee did this video a couple weeks back. I don't know. I must have missed it in my feed because I didn't watch it till a couple weeks later. But about like if you go enter a store and then the power suddenly goes off, right, and being ready for that, right?
Yeah,
Because the thing is, and he was saying, please do watch the video, but just to summarize it a little bit, to paraphrase it and give the cliff notes about it, right? Things could happen in that situation under the cover of darkness, right? Where people might be like, oh, hey, I don't have to pay for this stuff. I could just walk up. No one's gonna know. Cameras are gone. No one's gonna see it, right? Or whatever. But in that situation, someone might take that advantage of, oh, hey, I can mug someone. It's in the dark. No one's gonna notice this. No one's gonna see this kind of thing, right? So that can kind of tie into this defense thing to a little degree, but that comes back to situational awareness, right? And maybe having some tools, items on you, as in like everyday carry type of items to help you out, right?
yeah, exactly.
Because he was saying about not knowing know the layout of the store, right? Because let's just say that did happen. Let's just say it's a store, you know, it could be any
Yeah,
place, department store, Walmart store, a shopping center, whatever, a mall or whatever, right? And yeah, they have emergency backup lighting, or I guess, right, to a certain degree.
yeah,
But let's just say it's really, really dim, really, really dim,
yeah,
and
it
there's
is really.
no much windows. A lot of these places, some places do have skylights, and which is nice, right? It's nice. So, but let's just say this is wintertime. It's wintertime here in in the northern hemisphere, right? So sun
Yeah.
sets at like 6 p.m., right? So if you visit these places after this time, after 6, it's gonna be dark inside, even if there's
Yeah.
skylights, right? Unless the moon's
Yeah,
out, you're not gonna
exactly.
be able to see because it's not daytime, right? So being aware of your surroundings as much as possible, right? Because that can happen, right? Yeah, they'll hopefully these places have some emergency backup lighting, but it could be very, very minimal. Very, very minimal, right? Where it's like you can barely even see down the aisle, let alone across the whole mall or department store or shopping center, right? And you're just trying to like maybe make your way out, right? You know, maybe you're lucky, you got some cash, you could pay for it or whatever, but you're just like,
Yeah.
where's the exit? Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because at that time, it'll be the spur of the moment, right? Because you probably won't see that coming. Next thing you know, it's dark in the mall or in a store or whatever, right? Especially some of these places, some of these bigger places, that bigger department stores or home improvement centers or whatever, right? They're pretty big, right, for what they are, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Try to navigate through that in the dark or very minimal
That
lighting,
would
right?
that would be pretty difficult to navigate through the dark.
Like, obviously there's gonna be other people, right? So you're gonna hear people, right? You're probably
Yeah, you can.
short of like some sort of EMP type of thing. People are probably don't have their phones out. I can almost guarantee that that'd be the first. As soon as the power, if that happens, right, the first thing you're gonna see is the emergency lighting would be on right away, and people will be on their phones. Now,
Yeah.
there may be a few selective few that have an everyday carry flashlight, right? But those will be the ones that are like kind of more prepared, generally, right? Generally, there'll be
Yeah.
people more prepared, right? Like, because, like I said before, right? A flashlight on a phone gives you, it's more like a floodlight than versus a long distance or a focus light. It's
Yeah.
more general, right? So I can see people using that stuff, but if you're trying to help people or navigate through, right, and stuff like
Yeah.
that, and you maybe the associates, the customers, the employees would help you out. I would hope so, right? I mean, if I worked at these places or whatever, and the power went out, right, I'd be like, you know, I would bring out my everyday carry flashlight if I had, you know, especially if I had one, and hopefully I would, right, and be like, hey
Yeah.
guys, okay, I don't know what happened, right, but I'm gonna help you guys out of the store, right now. Just leave your merchandise, right? It's all exit out of the store here, right? Let's go to the front by the cashier area. Let's make our way out, right? Right? We don't know what's going down, right? We don't, you know, or whatever, right? So no one's running into things and stuff like that because they're not aware there's a shopping cart in front of them and they don't want to hit it or run into a pole that's in the store or hit a corner or whatever, right? And start knocking down stuff, right? Because I can imagine that someone would be like in the looking at dishes or whatever, and the next thing you hear is like dishes falling. It's like, what the hell happened? It's like, sorry, I didn't realize my elbow hit the corner and I knocked it over.
Yeah.
Because you don't see it.
Yeah. And who gets a SCR will go MacGyver and save us all. Yeah.
Just like Mac. But yeah.
Most stores have a pathway through the store, but they situate all kinds of clothing stands, carts, and counters to cause you to slow down. Yeah.
Yeah, and you might run into.
They do that because they do that because they sell more.
Yeah,
if
exactly,
you
right.
get the customers to slow down. So
yeah, and I don't want to be that person that's like, I just knocked all these marbles down. Sorry, and they're over the ground and no one can see that. I'd be like, oops. I don't want to be that person, right? Because, like I said, because it comes back to situational awareness and being able to see what you're doing and stuff like that, know your area as much as possible, right? Because it's just, to me, it's better to be proactive about that than reactive about that, right? As much as possible.
Yeah, I agree. It's better to be proactive.
Like I said, like I can see in the people when people go into a store or whatever. Let's just say they're going in as a group or whatever. Let's just say mom and dad or whatever, right? I could see the first thing to happen in that situation. They're gonna bring out their phone and call each other and be like, "Hey, where are you in the store? The power's out, by the way." Obviously, right? They know that, right? They collectively
Yeah.
know that, right? You know, meet me in the front or meet me in the parking lot outside, right? Which the rendezvous point's gonna be outside, right? You know, because the other thing is about that situation is, hopefully you're not in the washroom at that time.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Like, I know they got emergency lighting, don't get me wrong or whatever, but that only lasts for so long, and you're assuming that it'll turn on, and assuming it's gonna be bright enough, and assuming no one's gonna do anything nefarious at that time under the cover of darkness, right?
Yeah, right.
So it comes back to that situational awareness, which is important because defense situational awareness goes hand in hand. Is you want to
Yeah, it does.
avoid things, problems, or confrontation whenever possible, right? Because when you're confronting, there's that unknown factor of what's their intentions, what did they have on them? You have no idea, right? You have no idea what they have or the intentions are all the way, right?
Huga has a point here. The majority of the people in the store won't think like preppers, so you have to contend with that too. Yeah.
Well,
I agree with that.
I could imagine if you're like, you know, if you're with, let's just say, younger kids or whatever, right? They're just in the next aisle or whatever. Let's just say they're 10 or whatever, something like that. So they're old enough to be in the store alone with you in the store, right? They're in the toy section. You're just a couple aisles over, right? I get that. All right, it happens, right? You know, but in that situation, then it's just like, would they know? Like, to me, I've always, even when I was younger, right? I had places or whatever, right? If we ever get lost, this is before the age of cell phones, right? So we always said, okay, the rendezvous point's always going to be back at the vehicle. Common place
Yeah,
that we're both aware of, I think, right? Or parking lot by it, right? Common place that we know where because we have to leave through the car, right? Anyways, right? So that's going to be the rendezvous point, right? So make your way back to the car,
exactly.
right? As much as possible, or at least to the exit or a common exit. Make your way back to that. That's the objective first, right?
Yeah, I agree.
That kind of thing. Right?
Idaho says, I don't go Christmas shopping anymore. I shop online or I give stuff I've made. I hate the hassle of going to the mall. In the last 17 years, the mall has changed into a third world nation loitering.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can believe it. The shopping malls in the US are very crowded especially at Christmas.
Yeah.
And it's probably the same in Canada too.
Can you hear me? I put on my headset back on.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, it probably sounds
Anyway,
better.
and if you were going to shopping Christmas presents here in Sweden, it's so crowded. You can be in a
Hey, it
line
doesn't even
for
have to be Christmas. Right? It could be Black Friday.
well, yeah, that too.
Right? It could be something similar to that, or like this major sale going on, or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
We just assume it's gonna be Christmas time, but there's other
But
times of years that
Christmas time is easier because
generally there is more people.
Yeah.
There is more people. And coming back to that situational awareness, right? Being aware of your surroundings, right? Because these active shooter things can happen there too, technically, or relatively close.
Yeah.
right? So this is why I kind of brought this up too, because you know, if someone was being nefarious or whatever, they could be like, hey, if I knock out the power, then no one can see that I can do all this stuff, right? If they were inclined to do it so hardcore like that, right, they'd be like, so like,
Yeah, Huga, I understand. She says, I prefer knowing what I'm going to get. I get too distracted by the crowds at Christmas that can't shop. I agree. It's really hard to focus on what you are going to get because it's so too much people
yeah, and I try
in
not to
the
window shop.
same.
I don't
Yeah,
like window shop.
yeah, in the
I don't
same
like the
store.
window
So
shop. You know, sometimes my friends are going in the store. I'm like, I'll just wait in the vehicle. I'm not buying anything, right? Because I'm like, I don't want to window shop. Or let's just say I didn't bring or any money with me, or very little, right? I don't even have any money. I don't want to go in. I'll just wait for you. Rarely do I go in unless I want to see something or just check out something real quick. Then I'll window shop. But usually I don't do that.
yeah,
If I'm going to shopping, it usually means I'm buying something, or I want to buy something, or I'm looking specifically at something, right? You know, hey, I'm gonna go down to the Deorse store to see what they have now.
yeah, exactly.
Something like that. Then that'd be one thing, right? Like if I'm not really going there for a purpose, then I'm like, I don't want to go inside.
Yeah. Sensory overload. Yeah.
And besides about
Even I
stuff
can
like,
think it's really when it's so crowded in the stores when you're, especially when you are going for to get a Christmas present or something.
and again, it comes
You
back
can stand
to
in the line for a long time, and you can barely go
yeah,
through
yeah, you're at
walk
Costco for
through
like the next
the
hour.
mall. Well,
Yeah,
and people. The problem with that is people are so close, so that you bump into everyone basically. So that is
well,
really something I don't like because it's so crowded in one and the same store. So
see, to me, it's not about the crowds that for me about
so
doing
you
that
have to
kind of
try to
stuff.
find another
Shadow. It's not that the crowds deter me from doing that. It's just that if
um,
I'm not buying anything, I'm just
time.
standing there, right?
Yeah,
I'm just standing there and waiting, and I don't like doing that, right? It's not really about the crowds, right? It's just because I either didn't bring my wallet, or I didn't bring enough money, or I'm not buying anything, right? Especially, let's
yeah,
say my friend's going in, just getting like something quick, right? One item, right? I'm like, wasting our. I don't want, like, and we're going to their place or just picking up something before we drive over to their place, right? I'm like, I want to go see something or want to buy something. Just go get your things, come back out, and just get going, right? I don't want to spend all day being in a mall that I'm not buying anything or looking at anything, right? I came out in this situation to spend time with them, right? Let's go back on the. I'd rather be back on the road, back at their place. I'm fine doing
yeah,
stuff or whatever, right? Not stuck in the mall or
yeah,
whatever, right? You know, that kind of thing. I mean, I also have a reason why, like, I'd rather be in the parking lot waiting for them in the vehicle or whatever, right? It's because,
yeah,
well, if something happens inside for whatever reason, I'm on the outside, right? I can
yeah,
cover their back on the outside of the building, right? If something happens, right, whatever, right? I can notify them, call them up, be like, hey, by the way, whatever, right? Which is, and again, this comes back to like this kind of like I mentioned about the active shooter scenario, but
welcome
I
back,
mean, like,
Vanessa.
hi Vanessa, welcome back. But I mean, like, this active shooter scenario, like, I'd be like, well, I'm on the other side. I can give them intel at the same time. So there's multiple reasons why I do it like this now. Because if you're on the inside, then you're on the inside. But if you're on the outside, you're on the outside.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean? Like, at least then, you know what I mean? Because I always think about it like, there are situations where things happen, right? And it's like, oh, yeah. Speak of Christmas, I can relate this into Christmas, Shadow.
Yeah.
I can relate this Die Hard. It happened during Christmas time. It's that same scenario where the police officer's on the outside and he's on the inside, right? They're really relaying information back and forth from the inside to the outside and from the outside to the inside. Remember how that worked? They relayed information, all right? It's
Yeah.
the same thing, right? So yes. See, I can relate this into Christmas. I don't know how. But it's true though, right? And I mean that's a movie or whatever, but there's some you can learn from it, right? Right? Because in
Yeah.
that situation, well, because that might as well be like an active shooter situation. Pretty much that movie was like that. In the grand scheme of things, that was an active shooter type of situation.
Yeah.
B&E, breaking, entering, theft, or whatever, right? Whatever the situation was, right? But Bruce Willis's character, John McClane, right, was like trying to slow them down. Relay that
Yeah.
intel out people outside, right, and stuff like that. So they were aware of what's going down, right, as much as possible. So he did stuff to slow them down as much as possible, right? Delay
Yeah.
them, right? That comes back to, right? Because he knew he can just go in all in.
Yeah.
Holding people hostage, right? So if you think about it like that, you're gonna slow them down and hopefully get the people out and buy yourself time to do something, right? So that's what he did. Man, I gotta watch that movie again. No, movies and TV shows that can help you in prepping or emergency preparedness. But
Yeah.
some of the things that are shown, not everything. All right, obviously it's still TV and
Exactly.
movie. Yeah. Whoa. Hey, I like the comment before
To
that.
protect your ears and your hearing is
Kitty said.
a good thing to do.
I just like that comment from Vanessa Kitty.
Yeah.
No, the one right before that. How about that? No,
Yeah.
the other one. The one before that. That Vanessa Kitty wrote. Staying home and making stuff is better. Yes. That's my kind of language right there, Vanessa Kitty.
Yeah, but Vanessa has a point actually. In enclosed areas, that is
Noise, decibels.
problematic because in an enclosed area, the sound will bounce around.
Yeah, echo be louder than it seems versus if it was just outside or if you were,
So
hundreds
it will
of feet away.
sound, yeah, so it will be a loud bang will sound a little bit louder in a enclosed area because
That's
the
like,
air sound bouncing around like
that's the difference between being
a
in the
ping
rock
pong ball.
concert or a concert area or a rock concert in the area versus just being outside of it, right? Like
Yeah,
how loud it is on the outside. Just imagine how it is on the inside, right? It's much, much louder, right?
yeah, it is much louder inside.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been reconsidering that kind of stuff, Vanessa Kitty. Oh, yeah.
All good reasons why I won't go to them all. Thank you for reinforcing my resolve. Lol.
Oh, well, it's just another R
Any
word.
loud
I told
noise
her to go.
exposure is bad, whether it's is firearms or equipment, etc. Ensure your personal protective devices and supplies are up to date and good to use. Yeah.
Yeah, as much as possible, right? All right.
Yeah.
Also, you may not have time to put them on necessarily right away in
Uh,
situations.
yeah.
No, all right. Hold on. Let me just put in my earplugs first. No, we're not gonna be
No.
quite like that.
Sorry, guys. I need to put my earplugs in.
Wait, time out, everyone. He's putting in his earplugs or whatever.
Yeah.
But you know, in our situations, yeah, put them in, right? When you're
No, your
practicing or whatever, right?
No, Hoga, your Molotov cocktail canning jars won't make a noise.
Well, like even if you look at the people that practice dry firing and all this, I shouldn't say dry firing, but all this other stuff, right? You see them in air videos
Yeah.
outside of YouTube or whatever, right? They always have ear protection on. Yeah, that's for that reason, right? You don't want to prematurely suffer through it, right? In the
I
heat of the
agree.
moment, that's one thing. In the heat of the moment, you know, you're not gonna have that option. While you're practicing, you have that option. So utilize that option while you can.
Yeah,
But that, I mean, that
agree.
goes back to like working with power tools, right? I mean, like I've worked with rotary tools that are really loud, and I always say it's one thing if you're using a tool for, let's say, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, just to trim something off real quick, right? Like a rotary tool or a grinder, right? It's going to be a quick 2 seconds, right? But if you're doing that for longer than 30, 15, a minute, maybe some protection would help. Because it's going to affect you longer, right? Because that noise level is consistently going.
Yeah.
Longer
Vanessa
versus
says, my newest bike helmet, I have earmuffs on that are electronic to hear surroundings and block the loudest noises from firearms. That's
yeah. So noise canceling.
yeah, those are really good actually.
Like I got, like
And
I have
imagine
actually.
people screaming and stuff, all things that we don't have to deal with at the range. Yeah, that too.
Exactly, right? The range is practice, right? Ideal situation where you can control it, right? But obviously you can't control the real world and everything,
Yeah.
right? But usually that's on the outside, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Setting up a burn puts early in my career was interesting. How many rocket motors can you burn at one time without having a mishap? Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah. Like
My
even with
hearing damaged years ago. Right side, I can't hear much. Okay.
yeah, that's why like some people do landscaping or whatever. Right? I've seen people around, right? Because they're using the tools for not just for like 5 seconds, right? They're doing this for half an hour, sometimes a whole hour, right? They have ear
Yeah.
protection on just because the noise in time will start to get to them. Maybe not in the first 5 seconds, 15 seconds, half a minute, but they're
Yeah.
doing this for long periods of time, right? So they just it's probably, you know, just to cover their butt or two, right? It's just like, you know, because there's no worksite compensation for that, right? Oh, well, you should have worn ear protection or whatever, right? You knew the risk or whatever, right? So. Yeah. So how long are you planning to keep going here? Top hour here.
Well, at least 2-3 minutes more.
When you first said that, I was like, I thought he was gonna say 2-3 hours more. I'm like, what?
2-3 minutes more.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna say hours. I'm like, whoa.
Not 2-3 hours. No, I need my sleep, and I don't want to sleep too long tomorrow because I have a lot of things to do tomorrow. I have a friend with Bluetooth hearing aids. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's really nice. A friend of mine has Bluetooth hearing aids, and he can control it with his cell phone, which is really nice.
Yeah. Well, that you know what that beep beep means? It's the top hour, everyone. Okay, it's time to close the show. That's the 2-minute mark. No.
A while ago, I was firing my Kunan at their indoor range. Several guys were upset over the noise and complained. RO came up to me and explained it to me. They are all going Bluetooth now. Okay, that is good to know.
Wow. Actually, me and Shadow are using a Bluetooth headset right now. I'm using the earbuds. He's using an over the head style, the headphones. So, yeah. I thought I was hearing things, but I think it was coming from your side. I thought I was hearing something. I'm like, because I'm just pacing. I'm just like, am I hearing something? Situational awareness, right? Situational awareness. Yeah, being aware of something. Yeah, I keep forgetting that I do want to talk to you briefly after the stream's over on the backstage again. I know.
Yeah.
Well, I already said that earlier.
Yeah,
earlier before the stream started. Remember when I was here before the stream started? I wasn't even on the YouTube side right away when I said hi. Remember that, Shadow? I actually said it on the stream first. I wasn't even on the YouTube side first. What you guys can't see is the private chat I wrote first was here first. No one wrote something on the side chat. Did you guys? You guys didn't write anything on the private chat, did you? Or I didn't see it. I only saw what I wrote earlier.
Yeah.
But anyway,
yeah. I think it's time to wrap things up.
Yeah. Like usual, we appreciate everyone dropping by, and I can't believe you had supposedly 150 people here, although we only had I don't know
160.
30. Yeah, but wait, how many thumbs ups do you have? What's the like count at though?
31.
Yeah, so we didn't as much, right? We only saw up the likes compared to the watchers, supposedly. So lots of people more people were working. Apparently.
Yeah. Everyone walks around with headphones in now and looking at the phone. No situational awareness. I agree with that.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I like to listen to music, right? I like to listen to music when I'm walking, doing stuff, right? But I also realize that I'm also looking around too, right? So it's not like I'm just glued to it the whole time, right? You know what I mean? And then there's a time and place not to be glued to it, right? Stuff like that, right? Because I know Murphy's Law, right? Something's gonna happen right when I'm not paying attention. And I'll be like, damn it. I should have been paying attention more instead of glued to a device or distracted.
Thank you, Idaho Garden Girl. I appreciate that.
Yes, it was an awesome stream.
Yeah.
Especially with all these ladies here in the back end helping us out. Like usual. Hey, I remember, Shadow, I've been taking the pages and writing down the notes from Bob, so I'm in.
Yeah.
I've been adding those in. See, I do pay attention to Bob, even though he fires me time and time again, like every Saturday. Except for that one time, because it wasn't on a Saturday. Right? Yeah.
How do you pronounce your name?
Who?
It's pretty simple. Göran.
Yeah.
It's simple.
Well, to you, that's because that's your name. Remember that. Remember that the person, the owner of the user of the name usually knows their name the best. Right? It sounds the best to me. Also, because it's your name.
Yeah.
Seriously?
You're very welcome.
Yes, yes. And I already know, and I already know that I'll probably see all three of these wonderful people later on this evening.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'll see CB and Idaho Cargo later in the evening. So
Yeah.
I'm not saying bye to them yet. I'll just say see you later. Because I know I'll
Yeah.
see you guys later.
Okay, guys. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. And I will see you next week. Same channel, same time.
Different topic, same people. Probably.
Different topic. Yeah.
Different topic, same people. Same people.
Yeah, different.
I mean, we'll probably won't have 150 people next week. I think it's because this topic specifically.
Yeah.
The people. But anyways, take care, everyone.
Thanks, guys. You're awesome. Bye, guys.
And ShadowScoutSwede is awesome.
Thank you.